on there. So hopefully that allows me to, yep, we're good there. Computer's muted. Ta-da. Cool. Crazy that happened. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So it looks like, oh no. All right. Cool. So my computer's up and we should be good. Cool. So as the stream starts and people start seeing it and potentially coming into the stream, hello. This live stream here in the beginning, if you are watching the recording back, this is to answer tennis gear related questions live, and that way I can just help out as much as I can to anyone that has questions. And we'll do that until however late into the evening we go. And then usually as the tennis talk subsides, as it almost always does in these live streams, we'll just kind of like hang out, have fun, and see what's going on. If there's nothing tennis wise that needs to be talked about. But yeah, as more and more people start rolling in here, we'll get started. And if you have any tennis gear related questions, please by all means drop them in the chat below. I'm here to help out as much as I can. And yeah, that is basically it. So that is basically it for me so far. So now it's just waiting around for people to come on in, ask away, and just kind of go from there. But how are we all doing tonight? For those of you that have joined so far, thank you. And what's going on? How are we? It's Monday night, at least for me. Don't know where it may be for you in your part of the world, but what's going on? Justin, what's up, bro? I'm gonna need you to make that bed. No. I know your OCD must be killing you, Justin, but no. Because it's just going to be unmade as soon as I'm done with this. So, sorry, bro. Oh, no. Besides you absolutely hating how my bed looks, how you doing, buddy? Sure. Let's see. This, cool. Nice. Cool. All right. What? Hold on. That doesn't make sense. Let's see. Car? What am I doing? I'm just here, Car, answering tennis questions live. If anyone has any tennis related questions to gear like rackets, strings, shoes, or anything like that, I'm here to help out as much as I can. That's kind of my whole shtick. And if you got anything, great. If not, that's okay too. After the tennis talk subsides, like it normally does, we just kind of hang out and have fun, man. What's up, Car? Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. Bro, you're going crazy with those. Car, thank you so much for the jewels. It means a lot. I greatly do appreciate it. Cave. That's sad. Oh well. It's giving red glasses, but they're orange actually, not red. Justin, doing well. Questions about love and life also welcomed. I mean, It's happened before, Justin. It's probably going to happen again. We'll see. Running Man, what's up, dude? Take a break about tennis equipment. It's winter. People still play indoors, bro. And even though it may be winter where I'm at, it's not necessarily going to stop people from playing. Because we play indoors and everything else. Let's see. AQZ, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, what does that even mean? Hazard, invest this into a coding session. I don't know how to code, dude, so I can't really do anything with coding. So sorry. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what in the world language your name is in, but hello. I see the red haves. Red waves, not haves. Let's see. DeWood, what's up? Voice amplifier, hello. Do I play Minecraft? No, I do not play Minecraft. Running Man, you're an expert about running shoes for runners. Very nice. T-Box, what is this? Am I a video gamer? No, I am not a video gamer. Nick, don't know. I think it's a camera that someone puts on their body in order to record things. That would be my guess. It's German. What's German? What are you talking about, dude? Kingston, what's up? How we doing? Oh, nice. Very good. Very cool, Stro. VJ, bro, what's up? Kingston, to join you every day. Kingston, if you join me every day for the rest of the year, that would be insane. I would greatly appreciate it, but that would be insane, dude. If it happens, though, it happens. I'll be very impressed. Night Tick, remember, bro, what's up? Welcome back. Thank you for being here. Let's see. VJ, bro. Justin, so am I a tennis instructor also? I seem like I'd be a very patient instructor. I do give private lessons every so often, but I'm not a certified teaching instructor or anything, Justin. I'm mainly just for the equipment side of it. Genu, can I say no? I cannot. I have no clue what in the world that is. BJ is just saying, bro. All right. Running Man, A6 Brooks and Hoka's are my top 3 favorite for running. Running Man, don't Hoka's, especially because they have so much cushion in them. Don't those sometimes have like too much to where runners can trip over it a little bit, or does that not really matter much when you're actually getting a pair of good running shoes? Kingston, I'm going to send you a Q. Pokekoto, do I like Pokemon? Yes, I do like Pokemon. Kingston, I'm to say 100. Nice. Martian, where am I from? I'm from the U.S., sir. I think. Yeah. I could not see your profile picture in that small thing. Kingston, thank you for the jewels. I appreciate it. Means a lot. Fatih, okay, pronounce for me. I have no idea how in the world I would say that, so cannot do that one. Okay. Hazard, use the Wayback Machine, search code scope, and go for 2023, and let's learn together. What are you talking about, Hazard? Nightick, how's it going, bro? What's the future plan with my tennis career? I would say that a big goal for me would to be like doing stuff like this on YouTube. Almost essentially full time. I think that would be awesome, and if I can sustain myself and live off of YouTube alone, to me that would be an amazing thing, and especially if I can do that because of tennis, that would be even better, because then I would quite literally be getting paid to play a sport that I very, very enjoy, and it would be a very amazing position to be in. So that's kind of like where I'm looking for it to happen. And then eventually, if I can play it right, I do feel like I may want to own tennis clubs, or like own and operate tennis clubs throughout the US, and potentially later on, after we figure out the correct model, how to potentially do it throughout the world. Just because I think tennis is an amazing sport, and I think more people may want to play it and would have a great time playing it if they actually got to try it. So that's just kind of like big goal, but for right now, the first step would just be making a living and an income off of YouTube, and then working towards that. Kingston, I'm going to join your live every day. All right, Kingston. I like it. Charlie, hello, welcome back. Thank you for coming back. I appreciate it. Excuse me. Swedish, when call centers harass me, I just do Minecraft villager noises. Okay. Does that work? Kingston, hello. Running Man, I think runners need cushioning, but it depends on the runner's preference. For long distance, better with cushioning, 21 kilometers to 42 kilometers. Okay. I can see that, especially just because as the cushioning breaks down and everything, I can see why the extra cushioning in like a Hoka would do better. But yeah, I can see it. Thanks, Running Man. Let's see. Super lovely day. How am I doing? I'm doing good. Super. How are you doing? Glad you're having a lovely day. Suitre. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Let's see. Where was it? Nirvana or Rolling Stones? I guess I would have to say maybe the Rolling Stones, just because I have not listened to that much Nirvana. So I guess I would say I've listened to the Rolling Stones more, so that would have to be my answer. But yeah. Crypto, hello. Simo, hello. John, thank you. I appreciate it. Right, man, tennis is like a great sport to get injured. A lot of people don't realize that you that tennis is a sport where you can be injury prone, just because it's just you doing and running and everything. So, and there's a lot more factors like technique, your physical endurance, and just kind of like the string you're using, the tension. And that's why tennis is like, it may be a little bit more prone to injury, but it's very surprising how many people I've talked to that don't realize that, oh, you have so many chances to gain an injury if you play tennis if you don't have the right equipment or everything. Even with the right equipment, there is still a chance, because every time you play sport, there's a chance you can get injured. But they don't realize it's like, oh, you can get really, really injured. And they're like, yeah. Allie, what's up? Dropping in to boost a few views and then vanish again. Thank you, I appreciate it. Crypto, what is the topic? What topic is going on now? I don't think there's a big topic going on right now. I'm just kind of like making it through the chat and seeing how that goes. Eduardo, hi Bruno, I'm here again. Welcome back, Eduardo. About a round stringer to replace the Polytour Pro Black 1.25. I found and I'm testing the Restring Sync 1.25. It is amazing. I need to try it. Regards from Brazil. All right, Eduardo, cool. I will put that on my list. Restring Sync, is it? Yeah, Sync. PTP replacement. Okay. Cool. I will look into it, Eduardo. I still have a 0 to put into my racket just to try that first. But yeah, I'm curious to try it now if you liked it that much. Charlie, how am I? You're good. That's amazing. I'm doing great, Charlie. I was at work today. That was fine. I got home. Now we're streaming. We're having a good time. We're all together, and it's just gonna be a great stream. I can already tell. Simo, fake me? Nah, dude. This is not AI generated. It's just me, bro. Sean, hello, shade guy with colored lenses on shades. What's up, Sean? How we doing? Even though they're not sunglasses or shades. Charlie, it's good to see you again. Thank you for coming back and watching again. I do appreciate it. Waden, I know bro welds in a straight line. Bro, I don't weld at all. Chicken, all you know is that you think. Okay. Running Man. So playing tennis on clay is safer for running and stopping abruptly. Clay is typically a little bit easier on the body. I don't know necessarily about stopping abruptly, just because on clay it's arguably easier to slide on clay, so your foot might keep going rather than just on like hard court, to where that can sometimes just be easier to stop on. It just is dependent upon, like, I would say, what the player grew up playing with and what surface they're most comfortable with, and that's going to really kind of like determine how well they move on what surface and how easy it is for them to navigate to avoid injury. Emily, what's up? How we doing? Messi? What? Hi, bro. My name is Messi. Marbanion? Is that? Where is that at, Messi? Did I spell that right? I did spell that right. Cool. Shillong? That's cool. Thank you for being here all the way from India. I appreciate it. Bro, bro, I think I hurt my lip more. My director told me to keep playing and to tough it out, so that's what's going on. He didn't give you like something to help with like the crack or the chapped lips or anything from playing that much. Isn't that just like hurting? Doesn't that just hurt your embouchure to make it even harder for you to play your instrument, Emily? Messi, do I want to know about Shillong? Is a beautiful place in the world. I've never been there. I've also just never been to India, so I will take your word for it. I did a quick Google search on it, and the few pictures that have popped up seem very, very nice, but I don't know. I know nothing about the place besides the fact that it says it's in India. I just kind of ate ice that the nurse gave me after rehearsal. It was clean. It was clean. Don't worry. You just ate ice? Like, does that help? What? Charlie, do I have any pets? Yes, I have 2 dogs. We have I have 2 dogs that are not anywhere near me because they do not come near my room at all. But they're around and they seem to be enjoying their night so far. Jay Hurst, have I ever been to the UK? No, I have not been to the UK. I may want to go one day, but I have not been there before. Messi, I can search on YouTube and I can see many tourists are there. Okay. I may look into it. There's so many cool places in the world that are just there to explore if you actually take the time and get the chance to go do it. So maybe one day I'll do like a world tour and be like, all right, I want to go here, I want to go here, I want to go here, I want to see everything and just like kind of figure out where everything is. But we'll see. I'm not sure. Yeah, it kind of numbed it. It felt good, when you're cold and yeah, it did that and really helped the healing process. I also have this like coconut chapstick helps. Nice. Hopefully everything works out for you, because we want you to get your audition. We want you to absolutely pass with flying colors. So just take the precautions. Still practice if you can, as long as your lip isn't bleeding into your mouthpiece. And then good luck with it. Keep on the practicing. Messi, the place is very safe. Where am I from? I'm from the U.S., Messi. Charlie, you love cats. Seeing one makes your day. See, I'm almost the exact same way, Charlie, but with dogs. Like, if I see a dog and it's like a giant fluffy dog, I am very much like, oh my gosh, it's a dog. I want to pet it. If I see like a cat, I'm just like, oh, it's a cat. And then I don't really interact with the cat. I acknowledge its existence, and then I move on. Let's see. Messi, nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you as well, sir. Let's see, Messi, am I a Christian? I just don't talk about religion. Just because I have my views, and that's just mine. That's it's not something I usually like. It's not something I usually will talk about, just because it's a little bit more personal for each person. So I just try to avoid talking about that stuff. Kingston, welcome back. Charlie, you are a cat person, not a dog person, but dogs are cute. I can respect that. Yeah, I had to give my. You have to give your French horn a bath. It was kind of gross. Yeah. Also, if you don't know what that is, it's when you take out. Yeah. Yeah. I have I've heard of giving the instrument a bath. I've never actually done it, but I have heard it can do well in cleaning it. I just never did with my saxophone because if all the pads get wet and everything, that can ruin them. But since you have a brass instrument, it's a little bit easier. Ethan, I don't have to do anything, bro. Messi, I'm Kasi. People I come from matrilineal system. Okay, very cool. You love Donald Trump, Messi? Why do you love Donald Trump? That that's a very bold statement. Kingston, I do not play Roblox. No, I have played Roblox like once or twice in the past, but I do not play Roblox now. Emily, it's so bad for ones I do not recommend. Yeah, no, never really tried and never really wanted to give my saxophone a bath and potentially ruin it. Was never a was never a good idea in my mind. Messi, you think he's a good president? Okay, interesting. Ellie, there was a flute that gave her instrument a bath when I was in middle school, and she had to buy a whole new flute. Yeah, that sucks. With woodwinds, especially with anything that has pads that aren't and the instrument isn't fully metal, it's just like you can't get away with getting that thing wet. And if you can, you're probably still ruining it a little bit. It's just crazy to try and do. That's why I never yeah, I never was a fan, but I also was very scared when we had one band competition when we had one band competition that we were performing and we ended up performing in the rain, so everyone's instruments were getting wet, and I was like, this is not necessarily a great thing because all of us are getting completely soaked on this football field, and it was not fun. Optimus Elton John. That'd be cool if I was Elton John. I would have a bunch of I would have a bunch of cool songs on to my name. No, it's not a I'm not a woodwind. I don't have a reed. It's okay. But she is a woodwind because because the pads on her flute is cra- is crazy. Messy brother, may I ask you one thing? I want to find girlfriend from there to marry with me forever. This is true. Justin, you called it. It's here. Scott, you did not actually sign up, dude. Are you trolling or did you actually do that? Let's see. Optimus, I have the same tint on my glasses. I might. I I don't know what kind of glasses Elton John had, but I could see why I could see the resemblance. Ow. Thank you, Ro, for pointing that out. I appreciate it. I am changing that now. Oh, come on. YouTube, don't do me like this. Yay, it worked. Cool. Sweet. Got that. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out to me. I would not have noticed. No, it would. I fixed it now. We're good. We're good. Let's see. But Messi, I don't know what the question was, what the question there was. You kind of love rain competitions. That's also because I don't really have anything to worry about except for my hair gel messing up. I mean, I guess yeah, that's true for you, non-woodwind player. Kingston, your friend was using your phone to call his dad. All right, Scott. Why did you actually? I honestly cannot tell if you are trolling, but if you are not, why, dude? What was Thunder that convincing of you to go and join that? Lob bust bust out the potassium. What does that mean? Panda Man, hello, what's up? If you're not a car guy, what about motorcycles? I do not know have I do not have a motorcycle. I think motorcycles are fine and cool, but I don't plan on really ever getting one. Rotro, am I a tennis pro or something? Yeah, so Rotro, I am someone that got certified in terms of tennis equipment. So like I got a certification and took a test over tennis rackets and tennis strings and the technology that is used with them. So when they interact, I can better help people understand what they're going to feel and how that's going to affect their game when they play tennis. And I've also just been working in a tennis retail store for the past 8 plus years, or right about that. So that's kind of like where my background is coming from all this, and since it was the thing I was most qualified to talk about, that's where this YouTube channel came from. That's what we're doing here on the live stream, answering tennis gear questions live, just if in case anyone has anything they want some help with, and if not, as the tennis talk usually subsides, we all just kind of like hang out, have fun, just kind of go from there. So yeah, thank you for being here. I do appreciate it, and thank you for correcting me on the live stream. I did. Luckily, I was able to just kind of like change it real quick, but yeah. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Let's see. Korea? Don't know why, but something about this room got me feeling nostalgic. Rhea, I'm sorry. I don't know. I said it wrong. But yeah. I can see that. It is an old room. Panda, I'm doing good, man. How are you doing? Siva? Hi, man. Hello. How are we doing? How are we doing, Siva? Cherry, hello again. You came across me last night. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming back to the stream. I appreciate it. If I make it back, I have a cool story. If I don't, bro, that's deep, dude. Scott, you might want to go. You might want to go talk to someone about that. That comment's a little concerning, buddy. Optimus look more like John Lennon. I'll take John Lennon. I have gotten John Lennon before. Emily, why are the comments so political today? I don't know. It's November, maybe. I actually didn't need that. Okay. I just have tissues next to me because I had a nosebleed right before this, so I'm trying to prevent that in case I can feel one starting to happen again. Optimus, I look like John Lennon with the cap off. Okay, I'll take it. Retro, that's a potassium reference, by the way. What? What is? I don't get it. Emily, where's Kirby? Kirby is in his usual spot. He is right back there where he normally is. Charlie's laughing. Caxmar, why do people wear a hat indoors? I have started wearing a hat indoors because my hair was looking terrible before this, so I put the hat on to hide it. That is the entire reason I wear a hat indoors. I always thought it was extremely rude to wear hats indoors, but I would see people doing it all the time because when I was in school, I was never allowed to wear a hat inside. But now that I'm an adult, I know, crazy, but yeah, it's mainly just to hide how bad my hair looks. Emily, thank you. Scott, I've been to plenty of places to talk to people about that. I just have issues. That's fair. But that's fair, Scott. Let's see, Caxmar, why was my nose bleeding? I don't know, dude. It just started randomly happening. I was just like no. I wasn't even at work. It was when I got home from work. I was sitting down on the couch, and then all of a sudden I just feel blood coming out of my nose. It's like, well, that's not good. And so I just grabbed tissues and tried to like stop it as much as possible. Dude, I almost had another nosebleed today from practicing. It was so fun. I don't think you should be going that hard, Emily, to where you're almost bleeding out. The smell of blood, a distinctive feeling. Interesting. Cotton, what's up, buddy? Hacksmart, does my nose have a period? No. I do not get nosebleeds normally. It just randomly happened today. I have no idea why. Apples, what are my thoughts on India? I've never been there, so I don't really have too many thoughts. That's about it. Yeah, I've never been there, so I can't really say much about it. Jay, I have brown patches on my ceiling. Yeah. Someone else in the comments, I think it was either last night or the night before, they were saying that It looks like water damage just because it's an old ceiling, which it might be, but I'm all good. It's not gonna cave in on me or anything. Let's see, Con wears shoes indoors, no one bats an eye. Wears sunglasses and a hat indoors, and everyone loses their mind. I mean, I guess, Cotton. Let's see. Allie, quick idea. Have I ever thought about green screen and tennis court behind me? Could be fun. It could be. It could be fun. I think that is a pretty interesting idea, Allie. I would just have to buy a green screen and figure out how to set that up so that it would show through on my phone or anything, but maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I could. I don't know how I would do that. I could probably figure it out if I ever get a green screen, but we shall see. I like the idea though. Casmar, maybe you should see a doctor or at least Google why does my nose bleed randomly. It seems serious, not gonna lie. I don't think it's anything too serious. I think it's more so just the fact of that the temperature where I'm at keeps changing all the time. It goes from extremely cold to like more warm. So like that constant shift, especially with the seasons where I'm at, I think that's what's causing it. Just because I probably haven't had a nosebleed in like over a few years or so. So I'm not too concerned, but if it continues to happen, then it's like, okay, yeah, something is wrong here, and this needs to be fixed now. Let's see. Charlie, I was singing a song called Devil in Disguise and I got caught singing it. Now I'm so embarrassed. Is it the one by Elvis, Charlie? Because if it was, you should not be embarrassed. That's a great song. Mateo, hey, how are you? Do you remember I was on your live stream yesterday? Yes, I believe so. I believe so, sir. You were here yesterday. I don't necessarily remember everything we talked about, but I believe I do remember seeing you here yesterday. Thank you for coming back. I appreciate it. Ellen knows his first period. I'm sorry, it's so funny. All right. Cherry, where am I from? I'm from the US, Cherry. Justin, how are you gonna do a green screen if you're already AI? I'm not AI though, bro. I'm actually real. On the right hand side, there's a button for green screen. Click it, pick an image, and boom, instant background magic. I don't know what these are. What's this? Oh, okay. I get it now. All right, we'll put that on the back burner. Thank you, Allie. I will look into finding a decent looking background of a tennis court and see how that goes. But thank you for the tip. I appreciate it. Justin, Brody is an old soul. Yeah, I've gotten that one my entire life, bro. Excuse me. Now, my hair isn't bad. It was looking pretty bad this morning. I've had a hat on all day, so it's kind of like compressed itself. So I'll probably still keep the hat on for at least a little bit more. Especially just cuz it's fine. Justin, he's been here before. This ain't nothing new to him. Nah. Charlie with the wave. What's up? No, Justin, did you hear me when I called your name out because you said what was it, like life and dating advice also welcome, and then what was it? I'm sorry. What was the name? Where'd he go? It was Messi. It was when Messi asked me about getting a girlfriend, and I was like, Justin, you called it. Life and dating advice right there. Bendeja, does it hurt to see when I take the glasses off? No. Doesn't really hurt at all. I just wear the glasses so I can sleep better. That doesn't do anything else. Oi. Oi. Yeah. Cool. That's surprising. I've been live already for like 45 minutes. It does not feel like I've been doing this for almost an hour. That's crazy. Charlotte, nowadays everything looks like AI to people, which is so annoying. I mean, I can understand why, just because you can't really tell. You can't really tell everything, but I think having a small level of skepticism is good, Charlie. But yeah, once it starts getting to the point where you really can't tell the difference, because right now you can still have a pretty good idea of what is and what isn't when you watch it. It's gonna be an interesting thing when it gets even harder to discern what is and what isn't. Hi, Keenza. I recommend getting blue light filters on your prescription glasses. I have it, and it helps a ton. Nice. I'm doing good, Keenza. How are you? Good to see it. Good to see me every day. Hey, it's good to see you every day too. I do appreciate you being here all the time. It means a lot. King, what's up, bro? Foul. Yo, just got done with football. You scraped your knee, and now I'm wearing knee guards. Any tips? I personally do not have any, just because I never played football, and I've never really had an injury to my knee, so I'm not necessarily the best one to help with that. Maybe someone else could, but yeah, I'm probably not the guy there, man. Phoenix is also excited to see Keenza. Very nice. I'm going to assume the name is Russian. You said hello, hi people. I was like hello. Of course, I'm not wearing any glasses right now, but I don't want to get up to get them. That's crazy. Keenza, hi Phoenix. Thank you. I can't miss your live. I just woke up half an hour ago. That girl, if you just woke up within half an hour, you don't need to jump. You didn't need to jump on so soon. I'll be here for at least like another 2 hours and 50 minutes, almost 3 hours. Keenza, you can like go about your day for a little bit. You don't have to jump on right away. But my day was good, Keenza. I got held up at work when we were trying to leave and close down because someone came in at 5:49 when we closed at 6, and they did not leave until at least 6:20 p.m. and I was just like, this is awful. One of the not so good joys about working in a retail store. But besides that, everything else has been pretty good. How is it? Let's see. Foul, here comes the trolls. There's not really not really too many trolls, Foul, but there will definitely be some that do show up. Can't what do I do for work? You would have just left. No, I work at a retail store. Well, let me rephrase it. I work at a tennis retail store, so that way it is more specific, and then it actually helps. It actually helps to be like, oh, that is why he knows or like talks about tennis so much. That is his literal job. Justin, right after you got up, Keynes, I got off work and jumped on your live. Don't tell us how to live our lives. I mean, I'm not telling you. I'm just saying you didn't have to do it right away. Especially like in Keynes' example, as she just said, it's 7:15 in the morning for her. She got up half an hour ago. If it's 7:15 in the morning for me, I'm gonna be honest, I ain't looking at my phone. I'm just barely coherent. So that's just me though. I would assume sleep would probably be a better option than like jumping on here right away, but I don't know, dude. Keynes, am I left-handed? No, I am right-handed. Feed, you're a certified plumber and you want to be like Mario? That's cool. You want to go save the princess from a giant like dragon turtle? Nice. Let's see. Driving? Hello? Are you actually from Hawaii? I got out of school and from a rehearsal. Yes, 2 a day, I know. And got in here. All right. Tony, hello? Right's left-handed. Mister, hello? Ginza, I thought you thought I was left-handed. No, I'm not left-handed. I'm completely right-handed. Driving. All right. Did I have dinner? I had like something very small, but nothing too big. Mister, what am I doing? I'm here to answer any tennis gear related question that anyone may have, mister. Whether it be about rackets, tennis shoes, tennis strings, anything like that. And eventually, here's the thing. The tennis talk almost always subsides. It always almost goes away. And then we all just kind of like hang out, have fun, and see what goes on. But yeah, that's about it. So if you would like to stay and like to hang out, by all means, please do. Let's see. Tony! Hawaii is nice. Tony, are you in Hawaii right now? Like, are you actually in Hawaii right now? Driving, you're of Hawaiian and Tahitian ethnicity. Really cool. Charlie, do I go live every day? That is going live every day for at least half an hour for the rest of the year was my commitment to myself that I made, because I am proving to myself that yes, I can be consistent and stick to doing something. So I will be going live every day for at least half an hour for the remainder of the year of 2025. And then after that, I will see whether or not I want to continue doing the live streams every day, or if I maybe go back to the just maybe one day a week that I did originally. But we'll see. I'm trying this, and so I figured might as well see what happens. We don't got too much left in the year. I just kind of wanted to see how all these lives would go. Let's see. Driving Force, I'm doing good. How are you doing, Driving Force? Again, thank you for being here. Tony, who is this Kinza? You two are pals. Tony, Kinza is someone that has been coming to these streams consistently for quite a while now. She's here almost every single day, spreading positivity and kindness. And yeah, she's pretty cool. She's also very, very obsessed with my Kirby that I have back there. She just absolutely loves and adores him for some reason. But yeah, that's about it. He's amazing. Driving, yes, it is. Okay. And just because you aren't a good guy doesn't mean you can't eat. What does that even mean? What does that even mean, Emily? Ranch guy. What ranch guy? Kinza, you've ordered glasses like mine off Amazon. I hope that they help, Kinza. Since you did buy them, I hope they are able to help you sleep better. Axolotl, thank you for the jewels. I appreciate it. Jays, hello. Tony, I'm not in Hawaii at the moment, but I've been there. I just said that because you were talking to someone else on here that's Hawaiian. Gotcha. Yeah. Hawaii, my mom has been to Hawaii, and so has my aunt. I have not been to Hawaii. I feel like that would be a very cool place to visit. I don't know if I could ever actually live there just because I'm not the biggest fan of the beach, but I think it would be a great time just to go and see what's up. Driving, what is my ethnicity? I am, as my skin shows, I am white. And that is all I know. Like, I don't know anything else I don't know really anything else about my ethnic background. I just know my skin is as pale as Casper the Ghost's. And with it coming up to winter, then it's going to be, oh no, I'm going to look even more pale, to where if you've ever seen SpongeBob and the episode where King Neptune had his crown stolen and he was bald under there, and how his shining bald head was blinding everyone, that'll be what the color of my skin does to people when they see me in the sun. Yeah, it is crazy. Let's see. Axel, let me send something. Didn't you already send something? Jay, hello again. Keys, I found their store on Amazon. Thanks to you. Awesome. Brand, what string and tension am I using currently and why? So, Brand, I currently am still trying to find a good consistent string to use for me, just because I have a lot to test. But one thing I've started doing recently is that I have started using high retention. Like, for me personally, I will use a polyester at around, like, I string it on my machine at about 56 pounds. Now, granted, most people should probably not be doing that just because that's very tight for a polyester. But that is what I have found that I like when I'm playing with the tennis string. So I would say that's usually where you can find me with my tension. I'm usually at 56. Sometimes I'll do 54 depending on what the string is. But that's where I'm currently at, just because I like the feel of it, and I I have a much more control-oriented game. So if I can pick my spots and have a better chance of hitting them with control, then I feel like I can pretty much easily absorb the pace and power my opponent is giving me and just kind of like move the ball around where I want it to with that higher tension. Tony, I want to go up to Canada and see Beckett and the boys. That would be cool. Yes, and you and her are pals. I would say we're pals. I might go practice piano or violin. I'll be back though. See you later. See you later, See you later, Emily. Kirby. Keenza loves Kirby. Alexia, hello. Welcome back. Thank you for coming out to another stream. Jessica, good morning to you. Good evening, evening and potentially good night from me over here. Thank you for being here. Joe, where am I from? I'm from the US, Joe. Jelly, thank you for the jewels. I appreciate it. Keenza, I honestly have no problem sleeping. I just like them and wear them when I go outside. I don't know how they do outside, so you'll have to let me know about that, Keenza. But yeah. Let's see. Charlie, I need to go and make a quick video, so I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye, Charlie. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Let's see. Tony, I'm shopping for an expensive plethora of vitamins and minerals and health products. They better work. Hawaii is beautiful, even if you don't go in the water. Go to Maui or Big Island. Okay, Tony. I'll look into it. Ghost? Hey, bro, where am I from? I'm from the U.S., Ghost. Tony, you're Irish from Kane Clan from County Kerry? Cool, cool. I don't necessarily know where that is, but cool. Keenza, you were waiting for Kirby to make an appearance. Well, he did. Jessica, I have one question. What is this crown on the top with XP and stuff? That, Jessica, I'm pretty sure just goes to shows like who is interacting the most in the stream itself, whether it be with like comments or reactions. So like if you were to hit that heart button or send something, then I think that gets you experience. And it doesn't mean anything. It just besides the fact that you're just like the most active person that has been talking in the stream or the chat. And I'm pretty sure that's all it is. Cooper, what's the word? Jose, oh, I don't know. What do you not know? Jose, what do you not know? Tony, I like some poly 45 pounds, strung one at 40 pounds, play okay. I've been going lower. See, Tony, I tried a poly at like 45 pounds before just because I had never gone that low with one. And I honestly couldn't stand it. I thought it was just bad for my game. I didn't get a lot of good feel or anything out of the string itself. And I just was like, this is not for me. I found that out very quickly. And then after that, I went right back up to my normal tensions and I was like, this is what I like. And so far it has been working for me, luckily. See. Bran, I'm new to tennis, just got a Wilson Clash Pro. I was curious on where I should string it at. I'm supposed to have some flex, I guess. So, Bran, if you just got a Wilson Clash Pro and you're new to tennis, depending on the string that you're using, that will change where you would normally want to put the tension for the string itself. So, usually, what I would say is if you are using... Do you know what string is in your racket right now, Bran? If not, what I'm about to say next is still going to be useful. But usually on your racket, the Wilson Clash Pro brand, the recommended tension range, and it should be written on your racket. You just may have to look for it. Usually the recommended range for your racket is between 50 pounds to 60 pounds. So if you use right in the middle of that recommended range, which is 55 pounds, and you put the string at that tension, then that is pretty much going to give you a very balanced and kind of like a good balance between control and power for the string itself. Not counting what the string is designed to do, not counting what the string is designed to help you with. So if you want a little bit more power, then you go a little bit lower than 55. And if you want a little bit more control, you go above 55. I probably would never go above 60 for your racket specifically, just because that's outside the recommended range. But depending upon the string you're using and whether or not you've had arm issues or problems in the past, that also helps determine tension. But you have Luxon Element IR soft string is what was recommended for the Clash. Okay. So then, Brand, if that's the string that you're using, I would say probably string it around 53 pounds, because the Wilson Clash is already going to be very arm friendly on you. That's where the flex that you heard of comes in, because the racket, when you actually hit the ball, bends and flexes very easily. That's why it's going to be a little bit easier on your arm. So if you put the Luxon string that was recommended for you at 53 pounds, that's going to make the string even a little bit easier on your arm too. It's also going to help give you a little bit more extra power, give you a little bit more extra spin, and see just how you like the string just from playing with it, because since you're so new, you may not have necessarily played with it before. So I would probably say if you've already put it in the racket, just like play with it as is. But if you get your racket restrung next time and you still choose to use the Luxon Element IR Soft, I would probably stick with 53 pounds just to see how it goes and then test it, see what you think. If you want more control, you go up a little bit more to like 55 pounds the next time. If you think that's great, you just stay there. And if you think this was a little bit like not as much power and spin as I wanted, you can just go down by 2 more pounds to 51 and just try again. But that's what I would say, bro. Hopefully that helps. Kinza, yes, I'll let you know how they work outside. I'm sure they will look great in pictures. Definitely. Jessica, oh, okay, thank you so much for the info. Of course. Pin, lower tension is a fad that needs to go away. Interesting take. Tony, poly over 50 is too stiff and rough. No feel, just control. You have quite a bit of power and control is well with 45s, but if I'm not feeling confident, I'll use higher tension. Interesting. Let's see. Jessica Jeffer? Is that how you say his name? For some reason, my brain instantly wanted to say like Jafar from from the movie Aladdin, but I think it says Jeffer. He's your younger brother. He'll be having an exam today. Ew, an exam. Can I? All the best for the exams. Let's see. Jessica, I kind of need to know like how to pronounce his name. I don't want to say it wrong. Too many people playing soft strings, muted rackets, it's getting too much. Folks want stiff rackets, 65 already and over, and stiffer strings. I mean, it's all just a personal preference, Pin. Thanks, Nemesis. Tony, different strokes for different. Use what works. Yeah, pretty much. You just use whatever you like. Lucas, you're back. Welcome back. Tony, your attention also depends on racket head size. Yeah, that makes sense. Max, thank you for the jewels. I appreciate it. Brand, okay, cool. Appreciate the info. Thanks. Of course. Driving Force, thank you. I appreciate it. Keenseth, thank you. I appreciate it. Tony, I have Lenovo ThinkPad too. Nice. If my email is on my profile, I'll send pics of some of my old school frames. Kinesal, you have do you have the Adidas Barricade, Tony, for the racket? Because if you do, that's insane. Jessica, it's so correct the way you pronounce it. See, Jessica, now the way that you're kind of like really wanting me to do this makes it seem like to me that I'm going to get in trouble for saying this. Like it means something that I don't know, and I'm very concerned about that. Bram, what's my favorite hardcourt shoe and what I think is the worst hardcourt shoe? My favorite hardcourt shoe they don't make anymore, and it was the original Asics Court FF. That was my favorite. It still is my favorite. I have not found something that I would say has beaten that yet. But the current shoe the shoe that is current and still being made that I like, I would probably say I like the best brand is the, hold on. It should be over. Let me see if I can find it because I have a giant like shoe collection over on this side of my room. So let me see. Yeah, I got them right here. So my current favorite hardcourt shoe, this is an older colorway, but it's the Lacoste AGLT 23. These are the ones that Lacoste made for Daniel Medvedev from when he switched over from Nike to Lacoste. So these are my current favorite hardcourt shoes. I would say they do tend to be a little bit lighter weight, but they still have good cushioning for myself. They're slightly narrow. It's not like a Nike or an Asics shoe, but to me, they've always done well. But if you need a shoe that gives you a lot more cushion and is more supportive, then I probably would stay away from these. That's not what they're designed to do. These are designed to be very lightweight, very fast, and for some, not necessarily as durable, but they've worked out very well for me. So this is probably my current favorite shoe that is out right now. And then my least favorite one is probably one of the like really, really, really bad and cheap K-Swiss Court Express lights or something. They're like 40 or 50 bucks, like not even on sale. I have almost never seen a pair of those shoes work for any single person that has tried them on. Almost every single pair I've ever seen has been returned to the store that I work at. So that is what I would say is probably my least favorite shoe. Tony, my favorite shoe of all time is San Francisco Nike Air Oscillate. No barricade. I have Ivan Lendl's the GTX frames. Interesting. Okay. Very cool, Tony. Ukel, hello. Nick, I have no idea what that is. Jeffer is his name, and Kanai is his surname. I'm not a bad person. Don't worry. It's okay. He left. He was watching you just now. He's my small brother. Thank you so much, though. Okay. Sorry, Jessica. I was a little concerned just because I had never heard of those two names. It didn't sound like anything bad, but I also don't know other languages, so I didn't want to get like absolutely tore apart because I did not know what I was saying. That's why only reason I was a little hesitant. Kenza, let's see the shoe collection. No, because if I were to show you the shoe collection, that would mean you would also see other parts of my room, and no, that does not need to happen right now. Andrew, I'm looking to do a hybrid with Techno-fiber, biphase, and a poly. Not sure what poly and whether to hybrid with the poly in the main or the X1 the biphase in the main, looking to soften up. Andrew, if you're wanting to do a hybrid like that, what are you normally using? Like what strings and what tension are you normally using? Because that will help me figure out what poly to recommend, as well as how to better help you make sure that we do soften it up. So if you could provide me that, I would appreciate it, and I could probably help you a little bit more. VG, do I know how to get a job without a degree? I think it's just the simple answer of apply to a ton of jobs, interview for a ton of jobs, do cover letters for all of them that are individualized, and just do a bunch of applications to where you just keep going, and that's almost your full-time job, is just applying until you get the interviews or anything like that. That would be my assumption, dude. All right. Before I get to the rest of the questions, I'm going to the restroom. So sorry. But that does mean my stand-in gets to entertain you all while I am gone. So, Kirby is me. Be nice to him. It's only his second time taking over in the stream because I have to leave or go do something. But be nice, and I'll be right back. Please drop any questions you have in the comments. I will get to them. But for right now, it's Kirby. All right, I'm back. Thanks, Kirby. You did great. I'm sure you did. Back to your spot you go. All right, cool. Max, thank you for all the jewels. I do appreciate it. I saw you going a little crazy with them. Red Rose, hello. JJ, crap, orange glasses. School cafeteria roof guy. Yeah, that'd be me. Who likes tennis? A lot of people. It's actually a very popular sport. What's up? Yashasvi, good morning to you. How are you doing? K5, yes, these are anti-blue light glasses. Noob, how often do I eat? Not much. Yeah, not much. Matthew, better to err on the side of caution on YouTube. I have seen some whacked out stuff on YouTube live scrolling around for giggles. I have no doubt. Jessica, your title is... I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry. Your village is also from there as well, and the village I speak is... Interesting. Jessica, I mean the language, not the village. Okay. Teddy bear? Matthew, Snow, you'll have your answers soon enough. Hold on, what? Was there a question that was asked? Did I miss it? I'm confused. Oh. Snow, yes. Anyway. Jessica Law, King's Kirby, good to see you. Kirby's the boss. There's a rat under my bed? Well, that's not good. Kirby isn't taking crap from anyone. Better be careful. Exactly. That's why he's got the sword in his hand. You can't do anything like that. JJ, there were 2 rats that just ran out from under the bed. Dog, dude, please get some mouse traps. Nah, that's not right. Dude, there were 2 mice and rats under the bed. Interesting. Jessica, how's the weather there and the temperature? The weather, it was at least sunny today, and it was sunny. There wasn't any like snow or anything going on, so that was cool. But yeah. Anything else? Yeah, the weather, it was in like the 50s, so not the coldest, but still cold enough to have to wear a jacket out. But yeah. It's not too bad, Jessica. We're good. Kingston, welcome back. Meta, dude, how's it going? It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good, dude. How are you doing? Keenza, no, there were no rats. It's all good. He is lying. Thanks, Keenza. Meta, each day better than the next. You know it, bro. We always getting better. We always having a grand old time. And each day is always better than the next because we got another one. Matthew, there isn't any rats under the bed. It's just Gerald, the sleep paralysis demon, trying to stretch a bit. Is it my turn to meet Gerald? That's crazy. Kingston, thank you for the jewels. I appreciate it. Meta, you're good. Nice. A little nervous. You have a movie coming out Thursday? Were you in the movie or did you direct the movie, dude? Like, actually? Your bow broke? Oh no, that's not good. How? Meta, yeah, you directed and wrote it. Fresh Meat 2025. Interesting. What's it coming out on, Meta? Jessica, I'll be going now. Gotta cook, then take a nap. God bless you. Good night. Thanks, Jessica. I hope you have a great nap. And thank you for being here as always. I appreciate it. Meta, check out the trailer if I want to react. Festivals, then AMC. Nice. Where's the trailer at, dude? I may not be able to react to it on stream just because I can't really like do two things at once. Like I can't put the movie up there, but I may take. If you tell me where it is, I might look at it after we're done. You know, literally in half. Like it wasn't even the hairs. It snapped in half. You think you're going too hard with your instruments? Yeah, the fact that you're getting nosebleeds from playing your French horn, and the fact that you just snapped your bow in half purely based off of your own strength, you might be going a little hard with them. You might need to like calm it down a little bit. Tyra, what's up, bro? Matt, thank you, of course. Jessica, thank you to you as well. I'm awesome. Thanks, Jessica. I appreciate it. Meta, no sweat. Watch it later, no problem. I'll subscribe. Thanks, Meta. I appreciate it. It helps out a lot. Phoenix, you were playing Vivaldi. I can't help it. I mean, you could just go slower and not play in tempo, I would assume. EVT, what's up? What's up, Ethan? I'm assuming that's you. Yeah, what's up, Ethan? Bro, you never told me you also posted videos. That's sick. Why do we not know about this? Kingston, have I ever watched the Black Phone movie? No, I have not. I've never heard of it. Laura? Let's see. Laura, A, hello. B, no. And C, thank you. Emily, yeah, but that's boring. I mean, you don't break your instrument then, Emily, if you do it. So I'd rather be boring and have an instrument, but actually just like not, than actually not be able to play it because you broke it. DM me later at Fresh Meat Movie. Get your tickets when it's in your area. Cheers, bud. Well, cheers, man. Where's the trailer at? Like you still didn't answer that. Where can people find the trailer? Get your tickets when it's in your area. Cheers. Bro, you got water damage on your ceiling? Yes. I'm aware. It was pointed out last stream and the stream before that and the stream before that. I know it's there. It will be there for a while. I have been assured it is okay. It is not dangerous. The ceiling will not collapse on me. We're good. Ethan, those are old videos. Yeah, I could see that because it shows the date they were posted. But hey, that's okay, dude. Hey, all right. Sound sounds good, Ethan. I needed a new bow anyway. You're gaslighting yourself. It was $60. You're not okay. Well, good luck. I hope Vivaldi was worth it. Fresh Meat 2025 on YouTube. Let's see. Okay. Cool. I'll ch- I'll check it out. I'll check it out a little bit later, Meta. See what it's about. Toasty, why don't I fix it? I've been at work, dude. I have not gotten around to going to like a Home Depot or a Lowe's. Plus also the fact that it's like it's not going to fall on me. It's not going to break. It's just old. So I'm not really in any rush. Ethan can play tomorrow night. Yes. Awesome. Log, what's up? To keep the internal organ fine, what got to be done? I don't know what that Log, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. And like, it was worth it. I hope he's proud. He might be. Meta, you filmed it inside a real abandoned prison movie? That's awesome. It's gross though. You think a woman wants to be laying on your bed looking up at a moldy ceiling? To- Totally, that implies that you think I'm actually bringing a woman to my bedroom or to my house in general. That's the crazy thing. You think I'm bringing company over? No. Meta in Chatham, Ontario, Canada. That's cool. Is that where you're from, Meta? Akus, what are you bringing then? A man? So you are a gay? No. I just don't have company over. I just live in solitude. Man, dude, you're hilarious with these comments. It's a stand, exactly. Yeah, yeah, like you said, relatable. I just live in solitude, so it's like I have no rush. Kansas doesn't even know how to react. Ethan, what did I tell you? The ceiling would be mentioned at least once by the time you got in here. And you can find it mentioned again if you scroll up in the chat. If you're even still here, dude. I don't know if you are. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go practice piano. Hopefully that doesn't break in half too. If you break the piano, Emily, that's insane, and I think you might need to cool it a little. Meta, bro, I lived on a mattress in a box with your wife for years, and she's still stuck with me. That's huge, dude. That's awesome. Just keep being you, dude. Yeah. A cue swinging both ways, it's still no game. But that's the thing, dude. I don't swing both ways. The game part, that may be true. I have no idea about that, but I do not swing both ways. Jonathan, show us your ceiling fan. No. log. I mean, we have pancreas, liver, kidney, gallbladder after 40. This needs to be taken care of. That's what I mean. How to keep it in sound condition. Log, I am probably not the person to ask just because I am not 40 or longer. Well, 40 or older. I am 24, so I can't really say too much. I would say that's probably a better question for a doctor, in all honesty. And dude, if I break my piano, I'm gonna have to make some serious life decisions to never touch the instrument again. Yeah, if you break the piano, I think you might have to do some reevaluating. Em. That Emily, that's a little crazy. Marsh, you're just dying laughing. Aku, I was joking by the way. Please don't take me seriously like at all. It's all good, bro. We all good, man. We all having fun. Sophia, hello. How's it going? It's going good, Sophia. How are you doing? Thank you for coming back to another live stream. I do appreciate it. Dang, what's with the whole makeover fans? It's just a ceiling. I don't know, dude. It happens all the time. Dang, it felt good being 24. I don't even remember how good it felt. That's crazy, Tony. Let's see. Jonathan, shows your ceiling fan. I need to see the screws design of it. What? Dude, it's just a ceiling fan. It's a ceiling fan. It's not that deep. Allie, yo, let's try that green screen. It's just a minute to grab the image and no more questions about the ceiling or background. Allie, it's fine. It's fine, Allie. Maybe I'll do it on the next time, but we're fine for now. The ceiling will always be mentioned. Sophia, what was my major in college? My major was business administration, and then I got my associate's degree just because I had never had any plans to get a bachelor's. Once I found out I could get my associate's, so I was like, okay, yeah, I got my degree. I'm good. I don't need anything else. Aku W ThinkPad. What specs you running in that thing? Bro, I don't know. This says it's the Intel Core i5 10th generation. That is all I know. But I also got my, yeah. That's all I know about it, dude. I got this back in like 2021 off of Amazon just because I was like, I needed a computer for college. No, in like 2020. But yeah, I just picked it up off Amazon and I was like, that's about it. Nothing too crazy. I didn't really dive deep into it. Jonathan, does it turn on lights on my ceiling fan? It has lights that can be turned on, yes. Meta, what am I into? Meta, well, if you couldn't tell from the channel, tennis is a big one. The other things include musical theater and just music in general. I very much enjoy music. I enjoy performing on stage. That's always fun. You've probably heard me talking to Emily about instruments just because we both played instruments in high school and everything. So that's one thing we connected on. But besides that, quite a big fan of Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh. Weird things, but I grew up with them, so I'm a very big fan of them. And just other like random stuff. But tennis is probably like one of the big ones, and then like performing in theater is probably the second biggest. Log, you're absolutely right. I would consult doctor. Thanks. What professional course am I pursuing? Uh, Log, if anything, I would like to be doing YouTube stuff like this on YouTube full time. I think if I could make my living from doing this, that would be amazing. So that's kind of where my plan is at right now. And yeah, once I can get it to a point where this is essentially like my official job and everything, not just something I do on the side, then we'll go from there. Probably it's everything's pretty much still probably going to be about tennis. That would be my guess. I have some ideas, but gotta make this being like step one or like earlier on. Gotta make this work first. Man, your ceiling fan could have its own channel. It probably could. I don't know what's going on, but it probably could. Let's see. What's up, Cody? Welcome back. Thank you for being here. Optimus, you're a business administrator. That's cool, Optimus. Nice. How did you get into that? Like, I have the degree, but I've never actually heard of a business administrator job, especially with that being the title. So like, how did that even work? Sophia, okay, great. Yeah. GH, hello, welcome back. Thank you for making it to another stream. Let's see. That was awesome. Allie's here to help. If you've got any questions, just ask. Thanks, Allie. I definitely will. ThinkPads are awesome sauce. It'll serve you well. Yes, it has served me very well since I've had it. I've not really had many issues at all with it. Jonathan has a lot of questions about my ceiling fan. Unfortunately, Jonathan, they will be going unanswered. Telling you had to have yours updated to the new Windows, but it still works great. Your computer, very nice. Come work at the prison with me. No. I don't think I should. I do not think that would be a good idea. Aku, I recently got an electric guitar. How do I start self-teaching? Honestly, dude, I would probably just start looking up chords, how to play chords on YouTube, or just find someone that, or if you don't want to do YouTube and you are okay with spending money and you want to do like private lessons, that would probably be a way. But since you want to do self-teaching, I would probably just look up YouTube, type in how to play the guitar, or at least play like certain chords on the guitar, and just follow instruction and rinse and repeat, and just go from there. You can learn almost anything on YouTube now. I have a friend that I work with. He actually started playing tennis like 2.5 years ago, and he's completely self-taught on YouTube. And he is playing on on the college's club tennis team that he goes to, which just goes to show you, as long as you're willing to put in the work, the dedication, you're actually willing to do what it takes, you can accomplish pretty much anything off of YouTube or just like off of all the information that's already out there. So I'd probably just like dive in, just get started, dude, and then practice at least an hour a day, just so that way you can like keep the muscle memory and everything. Mars, what about Magic the Gathering? I actually have a Magic the Gathering deck, and my one friend, he was showing me it many years ago, and I thought it was cool. I like Magic. I just never got into it as much as, let's say, Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, because that's the one I grew up with. I got introduced to Magic later, but I think it's cool. I don't really know all the forms of like the formats, but I have played it before, just not as much as the other two. Optimus, nice. Tony, you were in a couple movies as an extra. That was fun. That's awesome, Tony. Optimus Legend. Bro, no joke. I'm performing in a flash mob promoting the film this Wednesday in Toronto. I love musical theater. That's awesome. That's really cool. Brand, have I ever played the Procanix Black Ace racket? I have not. I have not played with the Black Ace, but yeah, I know that Procanix is one of the better on the arm brands just because of what they put in their rackets. If you ever shake a Procanix racket near your ear, you can kind of hear it. Some people say it's sand, but a lot of people have been saying it's also metal beads that are helping to absorb the shock and vibration before it gets back into your wrist or arm. So if you're wanting a racket that's going to be very easy on you, Procanix is a very good brand to look into. But you already have the Wilson Clash Pro, so I would probably just like use what you have first, and just add until you get more and more acclimated for everything. Optimus Pikachu and Summon Skull, exactly. You get it. Optimus, I wanted an essential job during COVID lockdown. Start with nice. And then Optimus is saying for the guitar, start with Nirvana, Come As You Are. I was self-taught. Well, there you go. That's awesome. Aku, oh, I've played tennis for like 10 years, but I wasn't self-taught. See, I'm not self-taught in tennis either. I was saying my friend that I work with is self-taught. But you can very easily be self-taught, Aku. Just is your name actually Aku or is it Akua? Because I would like to say it right. I don't want to be rude by saying it wrong, but yeah, that's cool that you've been playing tennis for 10 years. That's awesome. Log, sir, if you're interested, I have a very big plan for you. Can I visit in Dubai? It's a bit clandestine. I cannot disclose on screen. I cannot go to Dubai, Log, because I do not have my passport. So can't really do anything with that or without that. B, hello. What's up? Meta, for a music fan, I think you're going to like the song we used for the trailer and film. All right. I'll look forward to it. Sophia, practice makes a man perfect. Exactly. Let's see. Tony, Black Ace 90 was your first tennis racket in the 80s. That's crazy, Tony. Very cool. Let's see, Meta. Anyway, keep it chill, have fun racketing peas. Thanks, Meta. I'll definitely check out the trailer. I have it pulled up to look at when I'm done here. But yeah, thank you for letting me know. I'll definitely look into it. Let's see. Omen. Oh, hey, that's my laptop. That's crazy. That's crazy we have the same laptop, Omen. Tony, how many roommates do I have, and do we all socialize or keep to ourselves? I would say we all socialize for the most part, but majority of the time, if I get home from work, I'll get home from work, I'll eat. I may see a few of them, and we'll have conversations here or there. But I usually get home from work, eat, and then just kind of like chill out for a few minutes, depending upon what I'm doing, and then I just come down here, and because I'm doing these live streams, that's what I do. I do my live streams and don't really interact with much else of the rest of the world. But that's just me, dude. Toto, hello. Mars, same. Used to play tennis most of my life, but not anymore. It doesn't help that they stole the nets, the lights, and trashed the clubhouse. Mars, what happened? What happened? Oh man, we have the same one. Okay. Winter, hello, from which you are. I'm from the US, Winter. AB, what's up with the shades? So these are blue light blocking glasses, and that way, because I'm looking at both my phone and my computer, when we're done here with the stream, I can just jump right into that bed, get some great sleep, and wake up feeling refreshed rather than feeling absolutely dreadful because I was staring at electronics for hours upon hours right before I went to bed. So that's what's up, bro. Your actual name is Adam. Okay. Cool. Your username is spelled Aqua. As for tennis, I only started because it was kind of a family sport. If you get it, quit a couple years ago when studies started getting a little crazy. That makes sense, Adam. I can respect that. Hopefully you do find the time once studies kind of like settle down to get back into it if you enjoyed it. If you did enjoy it at all, then by all means don't ever look or touch a racket again. But if you enjoyed it, hopefully you'll get to come back and have a grand old time. Mars, you always use the pro staffs. Nice. Which version of the pro staff was your favorite, Mars? Winter, hello. What do I do? So, Winter, I work at a tennis retail store, and I also do this kind of stuff here with YouTube. As you can see, the lives. I also make videos and post them on YouTube. That is essentially what I do. And yeah, that's about it. Lol, get the passport, sir. Come to Dubai. So many Americans and British people in large numbers doing business. I've heard I've heard about Dubai in terms of like how very like fancy it is, but we'll see. Maybe one day I'll make it out there. Justin, big plans for you in Dubai? Pardon me? I don't know, dude. I don't know what he's talking about. Kinza, you're back. You wouldn't had breakfast. Very nice. Winter, wow, nighttime there. Here it is morning. Yeah, Winter, it's crazy. It's 10:15 where I'm at right now, so we're definitely getting further and further into the night. Keenza, I'll be listening and watching the live. Thanks, Keenza. Jackson, hello. Sad Frog, hey, how are you? Adam, do the blue light reflecting glasses require prescription? I probably didn't spell it right. No, these are not prescription, Adam. I just bought these I quite literally bought these off Amazon because because one of my friends who's really into health and everything, and I trust his health advice and opinions on this stuff just because he has a proven track record. He suggested these, and I was like, okay, cool, I'll get them. And they were probably one of the best $40 to $50 I've ever spent. But no, they do not require a prescription. Sophia, what subject was there when you were in school that you didn't like or weren't good at? I hated. What was the subject I hated? Honestly, I hated art class. Like, to me, I always thought art class was stupid because I did not understand, especially when I was in high school and like middle school. I didn't understand how when they say like art is subjective and beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So like, okay, cool, that's fine. You can't. Art is judged by everyone. So then I was always like, how in the world, if art is subjective, do you grade art? Like the only time that makes sense to me is if like you make a ceramics if you're in like you make a ceramic for the class and it breaks, okay, yeah, you failed there. But if you have to just like draw a picture, what do you mean that's not correct? I don't get I never understood that. Yeah, that was probably it. Also, for some reason, my brain did not care for geometry at all. Like algebra came so much easier to me. Geometry didn't. Geometry just did not for some reason. Let's see. Winter, have I seen the American cartoon Family Guy? I've seen it. I've never like sat down to watch Family Guy, but I've seen about it. I know like some of the characters and everything. Tony, you like the Pro Staff 90. Mars, you were your favorite was the Pro Staff 95. Nice. Adam, yeah, I would definitely pick up the racket again if I get more free time. Nice. Hopefully soon, Adam. Winter, so basically I own a shop? No. I just work at a tennis shop. That is it. I do not own a tennis shop or anything like that. Charla, you have a math benchmark tomorrow? Is that a test? I don't know what a math benchmark is, but I'm going to assume it's like a test. Kinza, first I should visit Pakistan and visit the northern areas and then some other countries. Potentially. We'll see. Like I've said before, I don't necessarily plan on leaving the States anytime soon. Winter, but you can just on nightlight, yellow tint plus bedtime mode, black and white. Oh, I think I know. I think I know what you're talking about. Inter- that helps winter. The glasses also help, so it's just like another preventative measure rather than turning your phone on to grayscale. Kiza, I have to taste and eat biryani, the most famous South Asian dish. Interesting. Interesting. Adam, I should probably pick up a pair too. I'm torturing my eyes on a daily basis. It's 4 a.m. now. I'm still up watching YouTube. Bro, that's crazy. Yeah, it might be helpful, dude. If it's 4, Adam, where are you at if it's 4 a.m.? Let's see, Winter, bedtime is actually gray screen, not black and white. Oh, you're good, Winter. We knew what you meant. Mars, you always hated that sentence. Yeah, it's like I never really got it, but yeah. Biryani, can it be a bit spicy? Can I eat spicy foods? Uh, don't know. I've never really had spice. Like, I think the spiciest thing I've ever had was salt. So, do with that information, think with that information what you will think, because I could not tell you if I could handle spice or not. Winter, I used to enjoy sketching in 3, 4, 5 standard, but I start hating painting because of your art teacher. It's like, yeah, some if you have like a bad arts teacher, it's just not fun. And then because like I'm pretty sure art people do it for enjoyment, but if you have a bad teacher and you're not enjoying it, it's just one of the most dreadful things ever. Lol, yes, big plans in Dubai, dollars high exchange rate. That's why it's easy, no visa required. All right. Mr. PK, what's up? How we doing? Adam subjectively extends farther than art, in my opinion, and you would think that this is normalized, but unfortunately isn't. You could just name a hobby of yours and you'd get instantly judged. Dude, Adam, I will say one of the other things that I absolutely thought I was absolutely dumbfounded by when I was in high school was I was in my English class and one of my teachers asked me to write in a asked me to write a paper about what was my opinion on a book or something that we had read in class. I turned the paper in because again, it was an opinion piece, like what do you think about this? And she gave me like I think a D on it cuz and I'm just like how is my opinion wrong? It's my opinion. You quite literally asked for it. How can this be anything else besides like at the lowest a B or a B plus because you asked. My opinion can't be wrong if it's my opinion. And we read the book together. That is how I interpreted the story. It can't be wrong from that. Winter biryani is Indian while giving credit to the whole South Asia. Chippy, hello. Ready for Christmas? No, probably not. Mr. PK, it's not just Indian, Pakistani biryani is more popular and better than Indian biryani, and I'll die on that hill. That I don't know if that's a bold statement, but all right. Sophia, now I have to study because I have to go to college later, and I have a lot of studying left because I wasn't feeling well yesterday. Let's meet next time. Bye. Bye, Sophia. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Kinza, hi. Yep, Pakistan biryani is the best. Nice. Kingston, welcome back. Alan, hello. How we doing? Charlie, welcome back. How was making the video? Kingston, thank you for the jewels. I appreciate it. PK, opinion can't be stupid, just saying. Opinions can be stupid, but it's not necessarily wrong. I still just never understood why. Khalid, hello from Algeria. What's up? How are we doing? Thank you for being here. Sparon, thank you. I appreciate it. Hope you had an amazing week as well. Uche, hello from Nigeria. What's up? Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Winter, your teacher gave D not for your opinion. It probably is the way you write of grammar mistakes, or you didn't get as right as your teacher expected. I don't know, dude. Charlie, you just finished and uploaded it on your channel. Very nice. I know, right? You shouldn't ask for opinions if you're not going to like those that are opposed to yours either way. Interesting. Winter, it's also common in my school. Also, teachers tell everyone to write on the sum topic, and someone gets an A and someone not. I don't know, dude. Alex, I'm no queen, but greetings from America since you're in the UK. What's up? I'm doing good. How are you doing? Kingston, do I play Minecraft? No, I do not play Minecraft, Kingston. I've played before in the past, but I do not play Minecraft now. Rocket Man, hello from Indonesia. Awesome. Thank you for being here. Log, what is against nature? I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to, lol. Alex, yeah, I'm good. Love the glasses. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. PK, what do I play now? Call of Duty? No, I don't play Call of Duty much. The most recent game I played was Pokemon Legends ZA on my Switch, just because I got it for my birthday. That's my that was my like gift I got. But yeah, nothing much right now. That was kind of it for the most part. Alex, what are we doing right now? Got anything fun going on? What's the mode of the stream? So Alex, the motivation for the stream was, as the title suggests, is answering tennis gear questions live. So my channel is all about tennis gear related topics or tennis topics. So I go live here for people to ask questions in case they have anything that's come up that they want help or advice on. And once the tennis talk subsides, because it almost always does at some point in the night, we just all kind of hang out, have fun, talk about whatever. Usually, it ends up just in some random weird conversation no one ever thought it would have. But yeah, we all just kind of like hang out and have a good time. So if you'd like to continue to join us, please, by all means, hang around. Let's talk. If not, I completely get it. And if you decide to swipe away, I hope you have a great day. Let's see. Adam, I should head to sleep. Remember me if I join again next time or don't. Adam, that's me. I will do my best to remember you, Adam. But yes, sleep would probably be good if it is around 4:30 or past that in the morning for you. That would probably be a good idea to do. Good idea. Let's see. By the way, I say hey queen to everyone. It's nothing deep. It's all good, Alex. Winter, I have not played that. I have never heard of that actually. Kingston, what kind of games do I play? I would mostly I play like single player games just because that's all that I play. Every so often I'll play Fortnite with my friends just because we will have my friends play Fortnite too, so that way we can all just like play something together. But besides that, I'm usually playing single player games, and I don't really like spend too much time with video games right now. So I don't play too much, Kingston. Alex, ooh, awesome. Yeah, I'm here to stay. Chat is chill, and you're chill, so all right. Thanks, Alex. PK, do I watch football or as I call it soccer? No, I don't watch soccer or football or anything like that. Alex, yeah, it's 3:30 in the UK. That's crazy, Alex. I appreciate you being here. That's amazing you are. Rocket Man, I have a question. I just switched from the Blade H22 1820 to the T5 305S a few days ago. Do you have any string recommendations for it? Rocket Man, what strings were you using in the Blade? Because it would kind of depend on a recommendation would kind of depend on what you've been using and what you would want a new string to help you with. Especially since you went to the T5 305S and you went to the 18x19 pattern, you're getting a little bit more spin and power from that. But without knowing like what you want help with, I can't really say something off the top of my head, and just because I want to be able to actually help you. Keenza, we love Brody and his live streams. Thanks, Keenza. I appreciate it. Yosuke, what are substitutes for Babla RPM Blast or more durable options? I want to find new string for Imperial 98. So Yosuke, one string you could try. It's almost the exact same thing as RPM Blast, but from my experience and my friend's experience, because he also used to use RPM Blast in his Pure Aero 98. You could do RPM Team, very very similar to RPM Blast, has the same sides to it. The biggest difference is that when you string RPM Team, you need to string it a little bit tighter than you would normally regular RPM Blast, because RPM Team, it loses tension off the machine a little bit quicker than normal RPM Blast does, but then it maintains its life for longer than regular RPM Blast. So if you're wanting something that would be the most similar but last you a little bit longer in terms of the life of the string, I would probably do that, just because it'll be a very easy like test for you. If not, then let's then I would say you could probably try a string like either Head Links Tour. That one does tend to be durable. It's going to be maybe a little bit less spin than RPM Blast, but that one does tend to be a little bit more durable from what I've found. Or if you want to go a little bit more towards the cheaper route, and if because you'd be okay with restringing a little bit more since it's less expensive, you could do something like Vocal Cyclone, just because that string's only about like $8 or $9 at least in USD, and then you could just like try a little bit more because it's not as expensive as RPM Blast is. But those three I would probably look into first, and then if you try those three, or if you have tried any of those three, let me know, and I can probably think up of something else to help out. Kingston, do you want to know my YouTube channel? Kingston, is it not the one that you're commenting on? Winter, Ludo is 4 people game, but also can be played with 2. Interesting. Alcatraz, all the current new games aren't worth playing anyways. You aren't missing much. Interesting. All right. Okay, it's time for Jonathan. Okay, it's time for the ceiling reveal. No, there is no ceiling reveal. I appreciate the jewels, but there is no ceiling reveal. It's not happening. You're not going to see the fan. Charlie, I love horror, even though they scare me sometimes. I recently watched a horror movie called Halloween. Very nice. I haven't seen Halloween, but I've heard about it. Like, isn't Halloween that one's Michael Myers, right? But I've heard about it, but I've never seen it. Deep, what's up? Thank you for being here, buddy. What's up, guys? What's up, bro? What do you feel like the difference between the Pro Staff, RF, and the Blade are? Aren't they all marketed as control rackets? Yeah. So, Deep, my take on the difference between those three is that the Blade is going to be the more flexible of the three. So the Blade's going to be like the easiest to use of the three. It's the most player friendly. The Pro Staff is going to be probably the hardest to use, just because it's a 97 head size, and the normal one is quite heavy for most players. And then the RFO1, they kind of tried doing that kind of like its own thing, almost like a combination between the Blade and the Pro Staff itself, because Roger was very involved in the development of that. I personally think that the RF, when I play with it, it can feel hollow. So if a ball's coming at me and it's happening and it's being hit a lot harder at me, I sometimes feel like that the racket isn't as stable as it should be, even though for the weight of it. But that's me. They're all technically control rackets because they all all are predominantly smaller head sizes and thinner beams, but Blade is I would say is most user friendly, and that's why you see it the most. Pro Staff is a lot harder to use, and it's also a little bit stiffer on the arm too, so it's a little bit harder on the player. And then RF01, kind of in the middle, but not necessarily playing up to the standards of the other two because it's so new. I think that would be a pretty good thing. Well, I'd say that's probably going to be like how I would place them and what I would say the big differences are between them. Hope that helped, Deep. If not, tell me and I can figure out a better way to say it. Can you say your YouTube channel is KIH? Is that not just the one? Yeah. You only have the one video from like last week, it looks like. Excuse me. Winter Taylor, your blank stars are famous all over the world. Do you feel proud or disappointed? I don't know what that means. I'm confused. Please explain. WR, hello. Alex agreed to that. Soccer and American football is stupid. Football is for feet. I'm really not amazing at serves because I'm very short. How do I improve? Because I always hit too far or always a let. Alex, I'm not necessarily a coach. I'm not necessarily a coaching expert in terms of like the mechanics of it, of everything, especially not being able to see you play. One of the things I would probably see if you could focus or work on is probably developing, depending on how long you've been playing, developing either a slice or a kick serve. Now, granted, if you are shorter than one professional player that if you can find highlights of, maybe a good idea to watch him serve would be Diego Schwartzman. He is originally from Argentina, but I think he was one of, if not the shortest adult male player to play professional tennis, and he actually did win a few tournaments at the pro level. So if you study Schwartzman and kind of see what he did in order to like still be very competitive against guys that were over 2 feet taller than him, I think that may be able to help, especially if you're wanting to get better at the serve. So I'd probably look into that and also look into him, and then also start potentially bringing in either a slice or a kick serve rather than just trying to go for straight power if that's what you've been, and because that's probably what's been going long the entire time. Rocket Man, I use a hybrid string on my blade, which is headlink store on the mains 48 and caviar on the cross 46. Should I use the same setup for my T-Fight 305S? Rocket Man, if you're just switching to the T-Fight 305S right now, then yes, I would use the exact same setup with the exact same tension, because that way you're just testing the racket to see what you feel like you need more help with, and kind of go from there. Because if you already know you like that setup in your blade, so if you don't like it in your Techno-fiber, that means you can pretty much just like determine what part of the strings you're not a big fan of, and then you can very easily either adjust your hybrid by changing the strings or changing the tension or going to even a full bed of the poly you prefer, and then you can kind of just adjust from there as easily. So I would do your normal hybrid in the T-Fight, and then kind of mess around with it after you've gotten used to it, and you're able to tell what the T-Fight is helping you with, what it's not helping you with, and then kind of like adjust from there accordingly. That's what I would say to do. Winter Taylor, is it true? Is it true? I have seen that in America people have costly cars but not house. Probably. There's probably some people here in the U.S. that pay more for their car than they do their house. I wouldn't be surprised. America tends to have a very big uh, spending problem, so we like to spend on things that we don't need and that are not good for our budgets or our wallets. So I could definitely see it, Winter. Stefan, I look like Felix from Stray Kids. I feel like you've said that before in one of these streams, sir. Jonathan, you love the ceiling fan so much, you like the wings of it. Interesting. Uh, Alex. Let's see. Where did I go? Alex, can you help me improve my serve as someone who's short AF? I can never serve properly. Yeah. Any recommendations? Yeah, man. Like I said, look into Diego Schwartzman, see how he did it, kind of try and model after that, and then, like I said, probably focus on either a slice or a kick serve, because the kick serve will help to, the ball will still go up, but then it has a much easier chance to go down. It comes down and then it just kicks out whichever way you're going. So that could probably help as well. Patty, what's up? Winter, Taylor, you are playing smart, haha, by reading comments slowly so people type more. I mean, I'm not necessarily reading slow or anything. I'm just trying to get through all of them that I'm just trying to get through as many as I can. And if I go off explaining or helping someone with one comment, then if more people comment after, I got to catch up, dude. Amy, hello. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I get to stream here, talk with everyone, have a grand old time. And yeah. How are you doing? Winter, your American stars are famous all around the world, so you can feel proud or disappointed as an American. I don't care, dude. What other people do with their lives is none of my business. I really don't care. Deep, great explanation. The Pro Staff sounds hardcore. Can't wait for the new colorways of the Blade and Pro Staff. Dude, the new colorway of the Pro Staff looks so much better than the current one. I cannot wait to get the current one off of the shelves at my store and put the new one up. It's going to look so amazing. I can't wait. Alex, awesome. Thanks. I've been thinking about focusing on a slice. Yeah, man. I think it could definitely help. Green, hi man, you look cool. Thanks, Green. I appreciate it. Let's see. Tennis Alex, what's up, Brody? What's up? What's up, Alex? You just decide to pop by for a little bit. See it, check out all the comments that you love actually looking at all the time. Deep, bro, do you prefer control rackets, spin rackets, or power rackets? Or what's my ideal combo? Power spin like the shift, pure control, pure power like the pure drive. So actually, Deep, uh, although I've watched some reviews where people say the shift is more a spin control racket, but the beam is thicker than the blades. So yeah. But Deep, I would say right now I am I'm preferring a power racket with a polyester string in it that's helping me control some of the power. Only because I'm majorly using the Slinko Blackout 300 V2, and that is the racket that I've been playing with the most recently. Before that, I was using a Yonex Percept 100D, because it has a 100 head size and an 18 by 19 string pattern, and I've tended to like a bigger head size with a more dense string pattern. I used to use the Speed Pros. I enjoyed those just because for me it was a good balance. But for right now, I would probably say I was surprised when it happened, but I would probably say the Slinko Blackout 300, which is a power racket, and then have a polyester string in there that is shaped to give me a little bit more extra spin and arguably a little bit more control on the ball, especially using a power racket right now. That has seemed to be a very good combination for my game specifically, just because it's just been working well. So that's what I'd say I am preferring right now, but it can change at any point if I find a good combination when I'm either demoing or just testing something. No, nice think, Pat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Justin, me. That's me. I'm that American you're talking about. I spent a little too much. I put my credit card through it. Yeah, man. Justin, you're not the only American. Uh, I'm sure most people have done it at some point. Let's see. Tony, the plane's coming in. Gotta bring in. Nice. Do it, Tony. That plane won't know what hit it. Rocket Man noted. Thanks for the help, Brody. Of course, Rocket Man. Let me know how it goes if you're able to make it to another one of the live streams. If you weren't here before, I'll be live streaming for at least half an hour each day for the rest of the year. So if you try it out, definitely let me know how it goes. And if you ever need any more help with it, we'll jump in here, answer the questions, and hopefully we can help out. Rad, no. Creativity. This is my channel. What do you mean subscribe? Alex, I agree. The bronze pro staff is ugly. Yeah, I'm not a fan. BV, hit him one more time. BV, I have no idea what in the world you're talking about. Windsor, does America have less concrete or people live in wood houses which can cause fire or termites? I don't think we have less concrete. I think some people just for some reason want to live in a log cabin. And that's it. But no, most of the houses I would say are not made out of wood. Deep, so a 100 head size with a denser string pattern gives you power but precision, smart. That's what I felt. It also just kind of like, especially with the Speed Pro, the 100 head size also just helped to give me slightly more power compared to like a 98 18 by 20. But then with the Yonex Percept 100D, because the string pattern was a little bit more open compared to an 18 by 20, since it has an 18 by 19, there was even just a little bit more power and a little bit more spin on the Percept 100D compared to say like the Head Speed Pro, and that's one of the reasons why I also like the Percept when I was playing with that before I switched over to the Blackout. But yeah, it's a to me it was a good combination, Deep, and that's why I liked it. Alex, you're hitting with your V-Core 100 tonight, showing a 56 confidential. Feels like you need to go higher. That thing flies. That's insane, Alex. You're about to get stringer using 98 tour. Should I go back to 56? I mean, if the V... Well, you're using the tour and the 98, so... I would say it probably wouldn't hurt, Alex. You might as well, just because you know you've used it before and it's worked for you. But I don't see why you wouldn't. Unless you just want to go up, unless you just want to go even higher than 56 and really like rein in that EZO 98 tour. But that'd be crazy. Patty, for the sake of the world? What's for the sake of the world? Ugh. I don't know. I don't know, Monk. Why do I? Deep, what do you mean? How are my serve mechanics? Like what are you asking by that? You feel like you don't spend enough time on your serve for yourself? I mean, I'd say it's probably one of the more like under practiced shots, just because most people when they go out they don't necessarily want to hit serves, they just want to like absolutely blister the ball with their forehands and backhands and all that. But what did you mean by what are my mechanics? Winter, do tariffs affect common people there? They do, in the fact that like stuff becomes more expensive. That's the biggest impact I've seen winter. Monk, I'm just playing game. What is this stream about? So Monk, the main reason for this stream here, as the title name suggests, is to answer tennis gear questions live. So if people come into the chat, they have a question about tennis gear, like their tennis rackets, shoes, strings, bags, kind of whatever. Then I'm here to help out as much as I can, just because tends to be my area of expertise. And after that, when the tennis talk subsides, as it almost always does in every single one of these live streams, we all just kind of hang out, have fun, just to kind of talk about whatever. Sometimes it gets back to tennis, sometimes it doesn't, and we all kind of have a great time. So, if you would enjoy staying here, it's pretty cool. We'd love to have you. If not, I get it. And if you decide to scroll away, I hope you have a great day. Deep, I guess I'm trying to ask how confident you are in your serval. It's really technical, not until it takes a lot of discipline at all. I mean, I would say I've come to rely on my serve more. Like I have began trusting it more, and I would say I have become very good at picking out the little things I'm doing wrong with my serve. I've become very good at noticing when I'm doing those and adjusting them. So that would be something, but I would say I trust my serve quite a bit more than I ever have before, just because it has been just easier for me, and being able to like accurately understand how I'm doing it wrong has been able to help me a lot more, just like improve it faster, deep. And you don't even necessarily need to watch a lot of videos or do anything. As you begin to do it more and more, from my experience, you can just like tell when something's off, and then it's just a matter of process of elimination by doing more and more serves just to figure it out. Then once you do, it's usually a pretty easy correction, and then you almost never have that problem again until you like kick the old habit, which it'll take a bit, but it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Yep, here in Canada, even though I'm 5 minutes from the Michigan border, tariffs with the U.S. have really complicated stuff for no reason. Yeah, they can be rough. Ugh. Naomi, am I single? Yes, I am single, Naomi. Monk. All right, appreciate you, bro. Yeah, Monk. Of course, man. Jordan, I'm sorry to hear that. That's very sad. Sabel, welcome back to another stream. Thank you for being here. Wow, it's not even 11 yet? That's crazy. I would have thought it would be. Winter, no one's blocking your comments. Toast, you're still here? I thought you had scrolled away, dude. You hadn't said anything in a while. Siva, what's up, man? Not much is going on. Not much is going on with me. We're just all kind of like hanging out, having a grand old time. What's up with you, man? Monk, I'm going to go annoy other streamers, but it's nice being here, bro. Well, well, Monk, if you ever do want to come back while I'm still alive, please pop back in. Just come back in, hang out. We'll have a great time. But if not, don't get too annoying though. You don't want to be like getting kicked out or banned anywhere. That's not fun. Toast. Oh yeah, I left quickly and then I popped back up. That's crazy. That's crazy, Toast. Cooked. I look like Big Boss for Metal Gear Solid. That's a crazy one. I haven't got that one yet. Radon, what's poppin'? Not too much, bro. What's poppin' with you? Johnson, are monks playing with fear to get power? I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. Monk, we'll keep it in mind. See ya. See ya, Monk. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate it. Gabriel, hello from the Philippines. What's up, Gabriel? Thank you for watching all the way out in the Philippines. That's awesome. What time is it there? I don't think I don't think anyone from the Philippines has ever joined one of my streams before. Oh, okay. Ooh. Yeah. So, anyone got anything else? Or not? Gabriel, Philippines is a good place and delicious food. That's why Americans go to the Philippines, just for the taste of the food and the morality of people. Interesting. I've never heard of I've never heard of the Phil I've never heard of the Philippines food, just because I'm not someone that is like very in depth in the knowledge of food, but interesting to know, Gabriel. Deep, you just changed your profile pic. Let me check it out. Nice. Got that low angle, dude. Very, very nice. Abdur, I have no clue who you're talking. I have no clue what in the world you're talking about. Raheem, sorry, I said your name wrong, but yeah, I have no clue what in the world you're talking about, Raheem. Marcos, what's up? Thank you for coming back to another stream. I appreciate it. Alex, get ready for Slap Galaxy. Alex, you better believe it's going to be Slap Galaxy. We love Slap Galaxy. Oh, Alex, one of the guys that I work with, you've played against him in Interclub, and I asked him if he wanted to join us for one time, and he said he would be very interested and that he should be able to make it. So we will have a new person to introduce to Slap Galaxy tomorrow night. So we'll have to make him feel so welcome just by absolutely battering the ball. No, not Paxton. His name's Ethan. I would probably not invite Paxton to Slap Galaxy. Gabriel, if you do go to the Philippines, the first thing you should try to eat is the chicken adobo. It's good. Interesting. We'll see. We'll see, Gabriel. I'd have to get my passport first, though. Raheem, I don't know. Yeah, no, I've never heard of him, Raheem. No, that's not how I say your name. It is how I say your name. Yeah, I've never heard of him. Ethan, your girlfriend broke up with you. That sucks, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that one, Alex. He was just kind of like saying he doesn't do that many things, but I was just like, I kind of really wanted to see him play, so I was like, oh, he works with us and he plays Interclub, so I was like, he must be able to slap. So I figured, bro, he's much shorter than Will, though. Is ADHD curable? I don't know, dude. I'm not a doctor, so you might want to go ask a doctor about that. Deep, I'm starting to want to try a Dunlop racket. They're so affordable right now, and you hear nothing but good things. I will agree to the sentiment that I have good things to say about Dunlop, Deep. I have always enjoyed Dunlop. Like, my tennis bag is a Dunlop tennis bag. Now, granted, I also got a very good deal on it, and that's majorly why. But, yeah, Dunlop, very good, very fun. I would probably, if you're going to try one, it would probably depend on, like, what you're going for to determine, like, which version you take. But essentially, if you look at the racket lines, Deep, the blue one that just came out this month in November, the FX, that is the power racket. So think of like the Pure Drive, the Wilson Ultra, and all that. The CX line, which is the red one, those are the control rackets. Think of like the Wilson Blade, the Slinko Whiteout 305, the Pure Strike, the Head Radical. Think along those lines. And then the SX, that it's green now, so like the green one, that is essentially their spin frame. So like the Arrow, the Diadem Axis, the Head Extreme, it's comparable to those. So they all got like different forms and variations within the lines themselves. The CX, I think, has the most variations because it's one of the more customizable ones, but you also can just like have different versions of it a little bit easier. So I would, depending upon what you prefer, just knowing those will probably help you choose. But I have almost never had a very bad experience with Dunlop. I've always enjoyed their rackets when I've played with them. Rockman, by the way, what's the best tennis racket that came out this year in my opinion? My opinion, it's a sleeper pick, but it's not the E Zone. It is not the Pure Drive. It's not even the FX that just came out because that one hasn't been out long enough for that to be the winner. My racket of the year that came out this year is the Slinko Blackout 300 V2. I was extremely surprised by that racket when it came out. I did not think I was going to like it as much as I did, but with what Slinko did by implementing the foam into the Blackout itself, it did a very good job. It just kind of like did increase increased everything from version 1 that made it not solid and sometimes unplayable. It just got rid of all that, made everything very nice, very easy on the arm, even for a racket that's supposed to be technically less arm friendly. And I've just had nothing but a good experience playing with it. So that Rocket Man, the Slinko Blackout 300 V2, that is what I would say is my racket of the year. I know it's probably the minority pick because most people are probably going to say the E-Zone, but not for me. Dude, the FX Blue is beautiful. The FX does look nice. I will say that. Gabriel, are American foods good there? I am not the person to ask, buddy. I do not eat that many foods, so I could not tell you. Jason, what's up? Looks like your last name is my first name. What's up? How are you doing? Emily, you're back and the piano did not break. Good job. You controlled your anger. I'm proud. It's so good that you did that. Weiss, I don't know what that is. Rogman, the Easons are everywhere nowadays. Yeah, man, it's insane. Like Yonex is having a hard Yonex because of how popular the E-Zone is. They're still having a hard time making enough E-Zones to fill the demand. So that's why they cut back production on pretty much everything that wasn't the E-Zone. So like they almost stopped production on the V cores and the Perceps and everything just to try and fill all the orders for the E-Zone. But it's insane, dude. There's a lot of stores that just don't have any just because they've run out and they just can't get any more grip sizes. It's insane. I didn't play too hard. Exactly. You don't need to be absolutely slamming the keys in order to practice great. Very nice. Lucian, you tired, bro? That's crazy. Thanks, Lucian. I bet that was from you. Cool. Cool. Anyone else got anything? Questions, comments, concerns? Will, what's up? FX500 versus Blackout V2 for a beginner. Will, I would probably mainly just because I prefer the Racket more, I would lean towards the Blackout V2. There is a little bit of my bias coming in there, but the Blackout V2 also, the string pattern is not as dense in the middle as the FX500, so it's going to be a little bit more player friendly in terms of generating spin and power, whereas the FX500, because it's a little more dense in the middle, even though they're both 16 by 19s, that in my opinion is going to be a little bit harder for a beginner to get used to, just because a power racket typically is designed to help with power majorly, but also a little bit of spin. I think the Blackout does that a little bit easier, and it's a little bit easier on the arm, whereas the FX is going to be a little bit more controlling for a power racket, but potentially not as player friendly compared to the Blackout itself. So that's what I would say, sir. Let's see. However, I'll stay for another hour. All right. Savior. Yes, sign off and clock in. What's good, bro? We go on Will. Everything's pretty good. What's good with you? On a ThinkPad. What are you doing? We're just streaming. We're just streaming, Xavier. I don't know what else you're talking about. Williams, true 10-com hypes up the FX, but he likes the Racket stiff and jarring. Yeah. Yeah. It's just dependent of person to person, so it all depends on what people prefer. Flan, any recommendations for dry overgrip? I'm tired of Turna. Thanks. Yeah, dry overgrip. I would say one that I have liked. You could do the Yonex dry grap. That one has worked well for a lot of people that I have helped at the store I work at. Dry grap would do good. You could also do something like Dunlop Viper Dry, I think is the one. That's an extremely dry grip that could do well. That's not Turna. Other than that, let's see. Other than that, one dry over grip, yeah. Dry grap's probably the biggest one that comes to mind right away. Then the Dunlop Viper Dry, and then third, if you want to throw a third in there just to try, it is the Gamma. It's from Gamma. It's the Pro Wrap, I believe it's called. It's a dark blue one, but it feels like a felt, just like the other dry grips do. So, excuse me. I would probably do those three. Well, I would probably pick one of those three and just try one of those first, Juan, just to see what you think. I personally would lean towards I personally would lean towards the dry grab from Yonex. That's just been one that I've probably played with the most and has worked out the best for me if I ever was using a dry grip. But besides that, you can also just try any of the others. But I would probably look between the Yonex Dry Grip, the Dunlop Viper Dry, or the Gamma Pro Wrap, and go from there and see which one works best for you, sir. Hope that helps. Seven people. What did they think about that? Okay. Will, what's my wet overgrip recommendation? Wet grab. Wet grab. What I like wet grab. I also used it when it was called super grab, and to me, I really haven't felt a difference. So I like Yonex wet grab. Another one that I like, but I have not. I was actually very surprised that I liked was the overgrip actually from Diadem. I think they call it the Pro Feel overgrip. That one actually surprised me with how much I did like the actual grip itself. Yeah, it's the Pro Feel overgrip. That one to me it did well. It was a little bit thicker, and as well as it just maintained its life. So yeah, I like that one. The head prime tours are cool. They seem to do well. I used to use Gamma Supremes all the time when I was in high school because that was what my coach had, and we could just take them out of his bag. And yeah, but I'd say the one I probably use the most is the Yonex Super Grap or the Wet Super Grap. But yeah, that's probably what I would say. I hope that helps, Will. Deep. They say the old E-Zone is better for those who aren't into the super medium field. The 2025 E-Zone. Yes, absolutely. I say that, Deep. The old E-Zone, like version 7 from version 5, that's one of the reasons why a lot of people who got version 7 do not care for version 8 at all, is because version 7 was thinner and it did not have the Minion technology in it, so it's not as dampened and it's not as muted as the new one is. So if they liked version 7, the version right before the new one, they weren't necessarily big fans of the version 8 because it was too different of a change. It was the version 8's a thicker racket, so the beam absorbs more of the impact already, so it's got rid of some of that feel the old one used to have. And then the Minion technology in it just took even more of that away. So it's kind of like how with the Wilson Clash, when the Clash first came out, if people really loved the Clash version 1, when they made the Clash version 2 and they changed some things up, people who liked version 1 hated version 2. However, if they had never played with version 1 of the Clash and they started with version 2, they liked that one and they thought it was amazing. But then, now with the Clash, they're on version 3, and Wilson went more towards and went almost completely back to version 1 of the Clash because that's what the majority of people that liked the Clash felt was best, and Wilson actually listened. Now they kept some improvements that they wanted to try and make, of course, but majorly they went back towards version 1 just because that's what the players liked the best. The new E-Zone, with how popular it is, I don't think that they would necessarily go back to how thin the E-Zone was before, but I think I think it would probably be smart for them to do something to where like they have the E-Zone version 8 or the version 9 if they end up having to do it with version 9. I think it would be smart for them to do something to where one of them has the Minion technology in it and they make another one that doesn't have it, so that way they could get both of the player demographics that liked the E-Zone before. I think that would be an interesting thing to do. Alex, I've been away for a while. What's going on? Alex, we're just all kind of like right now. We're all talking about tennis. When you came back in, I think when I saw your comment, I was talking about different overgrips for people to try. There are dry ones, there are more tacky ones, and just ones and which ones I felt tend to do the best, in my opinion, for people to try. And then now we were just talking about a current racket that is released, the Yonex E-Zone. We're talking about the differences between the current version and then the older version, and why some people absolutely love the new version, some people absolutely hate it. And we're just kind of going from there. Just talking, hanging out as always. Deep, I love Tencom, but he's definitely for advanced players. He's really specific, lol. Nice. Have I been hydrating? Yes, I've been hydrating. I got my water right here. Deep, you love my videos, honestly. Thanks, Deep. I appreciate that. You want that technicality, but also make it consumable. Make it easy to understand for everyone. Will, Brody keeps it real. Thanks, Will. I appreciate it. Rocket Man, my wife used to play with the Wilson Shift 99L. She switched away from it because she got tense elbow. My friend also had the same case. Is a common thing happening in the U.S. with the Shift? I don't necessarily know if it's the Shift itself that's causing it, but I could definitely see why that is. Mainly just because Rocket Man, if because of how weird the Shift is, like honestly, it's a weird racket. To me, when I play with the Shift, if you do not have a very big or like very semi-Western forehand or backhand, like you are not brushing up on the ball in order to actually hit spin, then the Shift almost always feels to me stiffer and harder on the arm than a Babolat Pure Drive does, which is one of the hardest on the arm rackets. So I could see why that would be causing problems, but it also just depends on your wife and your friend's technique, as well as the string they were using, the tension. But I could definitely see the Shift also playing a big part in that, just because of how weird it is and how, like, if you don't have this one specific play style, it's just not necessarily going to do the best job for every single type of player. William, coming from pickleball to tennis, I do like the softer, mushy feel. Nice. The E-Zone Gen 7 is on sale right now. Nice, right, man. I play with the regular Shift 1620. Will, how many people buy the E-Zone 98 or the Tour model, though, for real? So many people buy the E-Zone 98. That is probably the most popular E-Zone right now. The E-Zone 98, hands down, sold everywhere. Probably sold out with most places. It's insane, dude. And actually, Will, the one of the guys in the chat, his name on here, I think his channel is Tennis Alex. He actually uses the E-Zone 98 Tour, and he's a beast with it. Like, I don't understand how he does everything he does, but he makes that thing work. I was like, and then he beats me with it, and I'm just like, dude, that's insane. But he's also an extremely good player too. Kinza, what time is it over there? Kinza, it is 11:26 p.m. for me. Deep Rock. John, I'm probably not going to repeat after you, sir. Sorry to tell you. Deep Rockman, if my opinion is all, I play once a week and I've yet to tense out with the Shift. Been playing with this since April. Very nice. Deep, I also work a job that requires me to use power tools and bang hammers, so I like to think my elbow joints are strong. Also, I try to aim with proper form as much as possible. Very nice. Keenza, did I have dinner? Did I have dinner? Am I not hungry? No, I'm not. I'm not hungry, Keenza. I'm good. Deep, right now, I'm running with Torbites soft at 49, 49. Okay. Nice. Ron, how is the launch angle differ from gut versus poly? So, if I remember correctly, just because it's been a while since I've actually played with natural gut, the launch angle on poly is going to be higher because you're able to get more spin onto the ball, so you can launch it a little bit more and then bring it down a little bit easier. The With natural gut, if I'm assuming you're talking about natural gut, with natural gut, it's going to be a little bit better at keeping the launch angle lower, just because it's mainly going to focus a little bit more on power compared to the polyester. But it also just depends on your play style and how you do hit your forehand or your backhand. Not necessarily that one is going to be better than the other. It just depends on what you're trying to get out of the string. But is there something specific you're looking for besides the launch angle, or kind of what are you thinking? Tommy, good morning. The Nordic light dancing over Sweden just now. You're from Sweden, Tommy? That's pretty cool. Will, if the EZA is the EZA 98 hype because their pro plays with it? No, the EZA 98 actually is a good racket. Will, it's not just like that much hype is surrounding it because of the pro players. It actually is a good racket to play with. You just have to be able to. It just has to work for your game. That's the big thing. If it does, then it tends to work out pretty nicely for most people. Well, not gonna lie, if it was good, I'd rock the Legend Speed Pro. Dude, I like the new Legend that came out this year so much better than the current Speed Legend that's out there, right? Than the technically the previous Speed Legend, but the current Speed Pro or the current Speed at all. The new Legend that came out, because it's the technology that all the new speeds that are coming out next year are gonna have. It's so much better for me. I like it so much more. I it's more stable, it's more powerful. Everything just felt more consistent and clean. And I'm just like, I like the new one so good. Chicken, all you know is blank. Keensa, I should eat something before going to sleep. You're having breadsticks. They are too good, like a snack. Keensa, breadsticks are pretty great. I don't know. Isn't it only like what, 9 in the morning for you though? I'm not telling you what to eat. Obviously, you know I don't eat that much, so that would be stupid of me to tell you what to eat. But breadsticks are pretty good. All I'll say. Will, the new one is really nice, just hefty. I mean, if you really want it, you could always just put some lead tape in the handle, or like put some weight in the handle and make it not feel as hefty. You could do that. That's all I'm saying, Will. But yeah, the new speed, so much better. Really, really nice compared to the current one. Let's see. Let me see. Aristeo? Please tell me how to pronounce that correctly so I don't say it wrong and be rude. I I don't want to be rude. But do I have any string recommendations for the Pure Drive 100? I use confidential 50 pounds and I like it a lot, but I do want my launch to be a tad higher. Kinza, yes, it's 9:30 a.m. morning. I mean, like snack. Aristeo, perfect, cool. Yeah, so Aristeo, kind of like what Deep said, if you're using confidential at 50 pounds and you just want your launch angle to be a tad higher and you really like confidential, just lower your string tension and lower it by like 2 pounds. So go down to about 48. Yeah, go down to about 48 pounds. See what you think about that. Because if you go down farther than that, you might get a little bit, the string might become a little bit too uncontrollable, and then it's not really going to be it's not going to be as fun because you're just like, I went too far, and then you just have to get it restrung even sooner. That's what I would probably do. Like Deep said, just lower your tension, but instead of 50, go to about 48 pounds. Will, true, yeah. Alex, welcome back again. Deep could help. Maybe go with a softer string too, like Hyper G. You could, but if he likes confidential, I'd probably have him just stick with that first, Deep, just because that way it's going to be a little bit easier. He already knows he likes the string, and then he's only testing the tension to see if that works better. And if it does, great. If not, then I think maybe it would be time just to try a different string. Let's see. Alex, you've been on a magical quest of live streams a little, but this one is chill. Thanks, Alex. I appreciate it. We just having a good time, bro. That's the big thing here. Cool, I got the name spot on. Awesome. Kinza, yes, hello. And you'll try Aristeo. We'll try lowering the tension on the next string job. Thanks to Deep and me. Of course, bro. Let us know how it goes. If you're able to jump into another live stream after you get it restrung next time, let us know how it goes, and if not, we'll help out as much as we can next time. Rocketman, maybe add a leather grip on the Speed Pro to make it less heavy. Yeah, that could work. Also, just like some people put lead tape on underneath the handle. They do that. Sometimes that works for them. But leather grip's probably the easiest way to do it. Kinza, what do I like to eat for a snack? Well, I'm usually not snacking, but I would say I'm probably a big fan of like tortilla chips. Those always seem to be a fun snack. But that's probably about it. I don't really like snack much or anything. Deep, keep in mind, Aristeo, your tension is gonna drop as soon as it comes off the machine. Yeah, he'll be good. I feel like he'll be good, Deep. Especially if he takes it slow with trying out a few new things, he'll do good. He'll do good. Eloy, what's up? What's up, man? How are you? Let's see. Well, Brody, deep question. What's my goal in the next 5 years? Well, Deep, the thing with me is it's like I don't necessarily have 5-year goals just because a lot can happen within 5 years, and to me, my goals are always like shifting or changing based off of whatever happens to me within the day, or like what I can predict is going to happen. So I don't really have anything set in stone for 5 years from now, but I do think that if I play my cards right, I could definitely be making a living, and I could definitely be making a living off of YouTube within 5 years from doing this. And so that's what I would probably say is like a big goal, is just to like potentially have this be my full time thing. And then I have other ideas of things I would like to do. I just have to make sure that I can, if this works and this becomes like the stepping stone, this would be like step one of growing the channel, getting my name more and more recognized, and having people trust me just because I've been able to help a lot of people with racket and strings and recommendations to everything. And then after that I have some ideas that I'll see about how it goes. But yeah, that's the big thing for right now, is getting YouTube to a place where it can fully sustain me, and then just like getting extremely big and doing a lot more stuff with it. Let's see. Will, not a fan of Confidential. He's saying Rock Mock the 10. All right. Kenta, do control rackets like the Blade and TF40 work best with power spin strings rather than control strings? I wouldn't say they work best. I think that's because that's more of a subjective answer and a subjective question, Kenta. They can work with either. It just depends on what you as the player wants help with from the racket. So that's where there's not really a set definite, oh, this string works the best with these, because it's all personal preference. Who did that? Deep, thank you for the donation. I greatly appreciate it, bro. It helps out a lot. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Deep, true. I just love, you just love Hyper G. Nice. Rockman, I also heard good things about Mach 10. Never tried it though. Mach 10's fun. It's very, very powerful for a polyester, a lot more than I thought it would be. But and with it having sides on it, it's also a lot easier on the arm than I thought it would be. So it's a fun combination. If you do play with it, you'd probably want to string a little bit tighter than what you would normally think, or what you would normally do, just because of how much power it's going to have. But if you're looking for a string that is designed to help give you a lot of spin, Mach 10 is not the answer. Solinko's got other strings for that. If you want a string that's going to be more powerful and easier on your arm with a little bit of spin, that's where Mach 10 comes in. Deep, I've yet to try Confidential because the color looks boring. What would you guys say the difference is between Hyper G and Confidential? Excuse me. Confidential, since it has 5 sides to it and Hyper G has 4, Confidential is going to have a little bit more spin to it. I also think Confidential is a little bit stiffer than Hyper G, so it can sometimes be a little bit harder on the arm. But to me, I felt like I had a little bit better control with Confidential, and a little bit more spin. Hyper G, they're going to be similar just because it's Solinko, but the big thing I would say deep is that for me, the reason I don't like playing with Confidential myself is that for me it lasted about, what was it? It was like 14. No, it wasn't even 14. It was like 10 to 12 hours it lasted me before I noticed the tension starting to decrease. And then the big thing was it took like 4 to 6 hours for the string to break in before it played like where it was really good. When it did break in, it played great and it was amazing. But it took 4 to 6 hours for it to break in. So then I had hours like 6 to 9 in order to play with it in its great form. And then after that, I just started noticing the tension dropping. I was like, well, that's not good, because at that point I was just like, man, it really just like started dying on me. I was like, I don't want to have to like break in a string for half of its life and then just have to get it restrung right away. To me, that's not a fun or a good idea. Hybrid G, I think, is a little bit more consistent in its tension maintenance, but that's just my opinion. I haven't compared them side by side, so I would have to do that. But Hybrid G also breaks in a little bit quicker, and then you can use it for a little bit longer. So that's what I would say is like the big difference between the two. Kinza, awesome, that's great. Do you like ice cream or brownies? Kinza, I've never had a brownie, but I do like vanilla ice cream. I've only ever had, or at least liked, 3 flavors of ice cream, and vanilla is one of them, and that's usually the easiest one for people to get. So I was like, all right, vanilla, pretty good. Will, I appreciate the support. Heard it here first. Will, I will definitely remember you, bro. Thank you, Keenza. It means a lot. Johnson, I have no idea what you're talking about with triangles and all that. See, Ron. Hold on. Yeah, Ron. What's my opinion on 4G? 4G is probably the string that is the most helpful with control out of all the strings I've ever tried. Like, if you want a string to give you help with nothing but control, and you can generate all your own power, you can generate all your own spin, 4G is the string to go with. The thing is, 4G also tends to maintain its life an extremely long time. And it's one of the best for tension maintenance I've ever played with. And yeah, the downsides of 4G though is it can be hard on the arm. It does not help you with power or spin at all, or nearly at all. And that's going to be kind of the trade-off you have to deal with. So, if you want the ultimate control string, 4G. You just have to be okay with not getting help with power, spin, and potentially having the string be a little bit harder on your arm. That's my opinion on 4G. Michael, do the glasses allow you to look through the chat's soul into the heart of the matter? Maybe. I don't know. Kenta top rackets for Eastern forehand users. Go. Eastern forehand. Kenta, it just depends on what you prefer. You have an Eastern forehand, so that I would assume you're typically hitting a little bit more flat, but it just depends on what you want the racket to help you with. It's not necessarily like a blanket statement, because I would say I predominantly have had a majority Eastern forehand my playing career, and my liking of rackets has changed over the years just because I wanted something different from the racket. So if you could give a little bit more context to what you want help with specifically from the racket, then I could give you some answers. If I had to play an orangutan in tennis but knew it would fight me if I lost, would I throw the game? Maybe. How big is the orangutan? Anyway, I'm gonna head out. Have a good night, man. Kind of fell asleep for a second. Have a good night, Em. Please don't break another instrument tomorrow when you go back to practice. But thank you for being here as always. I do appreciate it. Deep, you're saying for Kenta, she's probably in the market for either control or power rackets. You could bomb with a pure drive or E-zone or ultra, but also a perceptor blade or pure strike could be your thing. Get a smaller head too. Yeah. Michael, if it's a baby orangutan but very temperamental, I don't know, dude. I might choose the win. I might choose the throw. I'm not sure. Veer, hey there. What you guys doing today? Veer, we're all just kind of like talking tennis, whether it be tennis gear related, whether it be racket, shoes, strings, anything like that. And then if tennis talk takes its time, runs its course, we all just kind of like hang out, have fun, just kind of like talk about whatever. Kenta's solid ideas, deep. Yeah. Yeah. All those rackets that deep suggestion can work, Kenta. You just have to know what you want the racket to help you with, and just kind of go from there based off of that. Could a tennis racket be considered a lethal weapon if used in a crime of passion? Probably. You could probably like whack someone with it, and it would potentially be very, very dangerous to them. I could see it. Realistically, that you could hit flat with any racket? Yeah, you can't. You can. It just depends. Okay, Simmons. So, can I explain the difference between the TF40 and the 305S? Really like the color scheme on the TF40, but it seems the 305S is way more popular. Okay. So, the TF40, the the way that I think about the TF40 versus the T fights, and I'll do this brief explanation because that will help me explain the 305S a little bit better, Simmons, is that both of them are technically considered control rackets, the TF40 and the T fights. Now, the thing about it is that the T fights, they typically are a little bit better at generating power, and spin, even though they are control frame. The TF40 is going to focus almost solely on control. Like it is not going to be one of the rackets that you're going to look for if you're wanting a lot of help generating spin or a lot of help generating power. TF40 is like you got the power, you can generate a lot of your own spin, and you just need a racket to help you control and place the ball. That's where the TF40 comes in. The T fights, they're a little bit more helpful. Now, with that being said, the T Fight 305S starts to move more towards the TF40 because it has the 18 by 19 string pattern, which is the more dense string pattern. It's going to help give you more control, especially compared to say like the normal T Fights that are 16 by 19s. And then you can just kind of go from there. But I would still argue the TF40 has more help with control. The TF40 also comes in an 18 by 20. That's probably going to be the most controlled racket from Techno-fiber, in my opinion. And the T-Fight 18 by 19, it may be a little bit more controlled than the traditional TF40 with the 16 by 19, but it's not going to have more control than the TF40 18 by 20. And they're both going to be about the same weight. So that way you can really just kind of experiment and see which one feels best to you by demoing them. So that is the way I would explain the difference between the TF40 and the 305S. The 305S is going to be a little bit more player friendly typically. The TF40, you as the player have to do a lot more of the work in order to make it work for you. I hope that helps. If it does, great. If not, and you want me to explain a little bit more, please, by all means, let me know, and I will attempt to say it again in a much better way. Kenta, I feel like 16 by 19 and 18 20 blade feel vastly different. With the 16 by 19, my slice backhand slice sails too much. 18 by 20 slice is always low and skittish, but the 18 20 lacks in every department. I feel like I have to give up on the backhand slice for overall performance. Same with the 16 by 19, 18 by 20 TF42. The backhand slice of the 18 20 is crazy good, but lacks on the backhand of 16. Yeah, that's kind of one of the trade-offs of. That's kind of one of the trade-offs that you do have to make, just because 18 by 20s is much easier on backhand slices, just because it keeps it low, keeps it short, and whereas the 16 by 19 it is more likely to pop it up just because you have the extra string pattern and the extra string movement. So it is something you have to test against, but you could also potentially test different strings in the rackets too, because if you put some specific poly in the blade 16 by 19 and you either say use maybe a more spin oriented string, or you just make it a little bit tighter in there, as long as your arm and elbow is able to handle that, you could get the ball to stay lower. It's just going to take a little bit more, like it's just going to take a little bit more in terms of figuring it out with the other factors than it would be just by getting the 18 by 20. Yashika, hi. Thank you for making it out to another stream. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Michael, the color scheme of any racket will change drastically with use in UV rays. Also, if you play hard, there will be sweat and blood on there. I could see it. We are not gambling today. Peter, 2-second recap, please. Peter, this is a tennis live stream. We talk about tennis stuff, and when we run out of tennis stuff to talk about, we just kind of hang out and have a grand old time. That's about it. That's the 2-second recap. I love this subject. Well, Sens, thanks as always, man. Of course, Hopefully my explanation was able to help out. Let's see. No, I cannot teach you physics. I never took physics in high school or school in general. Nishana, what's up? What's up? We're just here talking about tennis. That's the big reason for the live stream. And with that, we talk about tennis equipment like rackets, shoes, strings, bags, anything like that. And once the tennis talk kind of comes to an end, because it almost always does at some point, we just all kind of like hang out, have a good time, just kind of talk about whatever. So if you would like to stay and join us, we will of course, you are more than welcome to do that. If not, and you decide to scroll away, I do hope you have a great rest of your day. But we'll be here, at least for a little bit longer, because it's getting close to, it's almost midnight in my time zone from where I'm at. So we'll see how much longer the stream goes. But if you'd like to stay, we'd love to have you. Kenta, would I recommend having two TF40s or blades but have different string patterns or of the same racket in my bag? No. If you're going to play with a racket, I would rather you have two of the exact same racket, just because then it's consistent. So if you end up breaking a string or anything, you can just go directly to the other racket and you don't have to worry about like changing your game to fit the string pattern, to fit the new string pattern that you would have to switch to if you had two different rackets. Zachariah, can you name me one basketball player? Steph Curry. That is a basketball player. He's one of the only ones I know that is current. Oh, tennis stuff. I thought we were here gambling and stuff. Nah, we not gambling, bro. We don't do that here. Amber, hello. How are ya? Never played tennis. What are the rules similar to badminton? I've never played badminton, so I don't know what the rules of badminton are. So I couldn't really tell you. Nicholas, I don't know what that is, so no. Zachariah, you're welcome for the pick. Diego, the TF40 is such an underrated racket. I agree. I do like the TF40. Zachariah, why Steph Curry? I don't know. He was just the first one that popped in my head when you said basketball. Just probably because my friends have talked about him the most around me because I don't watch basketball. So that's why he came up first. Michael, when I grew up, I was a Boris Becker fan. My brother rooted for Ivan Lendl, and Jimmy Connors and McEnroe were pretty entertaining too. And then Agassi and Sampras came along. Yeah, and then the game started changing. Lex, what kind of psycho wears red glasses? One that likes to sleep. One that likes to sleep very, very comfortably after they've been streaming for hours. That's who. Amber, when do I generally wake up? That changes depending on the day, just because if I don't have to get up for work, I usually just let my body wake me up naturally. I find that is a very nice thing to do for me. But if I have to get up for work, I'm usually getting up around like my first alarm goes off around like 6 o'clock in the morning, my time. So probably around there or later. Hi, sir. I'm Indian. My name is Basavaraj. Basavaraj. Okay. Hello. How are you? Kenta, you have the TF40 16 by 19, but yearn for the 18 by 20 backhand slice. No solution. Not sure what string set would do to rain those slices using. You're using Vocal Cyclone Hyper G. Hyper G. I don't know if Hyper G would necessarily fix that, just because Hyper G, I would say, is still similar to Cyclone in term. I honestly I would say the Cyclone probably has even more spin than Hyper G does, so that would arguably keep it lower to the ground. Um, you could try you could potentially try Headlink's Tour Kenta, but if you're already using Cyclone, you might just want to like increase potentially you might just want to increase your tension from whatever you're using to make it a little bit tighter and to give you the extra control. As long as your arm and elbow would be able to handle it, that may be an option, but I'm not entirely sure without knowing your full setup. Kid, what's up? How are we doing? Deep, still butthurt that a girl beat you in badminton multiple times in elementary school? Bro, that's crazy. Anyways, have a good night, but it's midnight. Go to sleep. I will at some point. Amber, Rafa Nadal or Novak Djokovic, who's the best? Statistically, it's Novak Djokovic. He had he has the he has he just has more statistical wins in terms of like Grand Slams compared to Rafa. So technically, and not technically, statistically, Novak is the best player. Warren, that doesn't make sense. Million Rock. Well, guys, you guess that's it. Kenta, you wanted Laurentien's Tops tennis with autograph probably went up in value now. Interesting. Kenta, the TCG collector's card. He had a collector's card? Huh. Interesting. Uh, you go on. Let's see. No, I'm not a hacker. Zion, what's up, man? How we doing? Are you talking about fidget spinners? I don't think so. Zion, do we want some other Pokemon topic? What do you got? What do you got, bro? Kenta Tennis has cards like baseball cards. I bought $20 worth of booster packs that Christmas. Nice. Nowhere. Hello, Alex. You can't believe you're still alive. I know, right? It's crazy, Alex. You just finished stringing your racket, then, didn't you? What did you end up? Ow! What did you end up choosing to do with it? $56 Torbatsov. Nice. Yeah. But Alex, I'm not the one that I'm not the one that has to work tomorrow, Alex. You do. I as soon as I'm done here, I can go in that bed and turn off my alarms and just wake up whenever. Yeah. Let's see. Michael, Rafa is the clay master. True. Rafa dominates on clay every single time. Djokovic is up 31 and 29 in all-time matches, 22 and 24 Grand Slams respectively. Not too shabby, not too shabby at all. Kenta, I refuse to believe Poly on an 18 by 20 simply goes dead after a year. What say you? It probably goes dead quicker than that, Kenta. That's what I would. That's what I would say. Especially depending upon like how often you're playing and for how long you play each time. It's probably dead much sooner than that. I'm from the U.S. Lily, how much did my ThinkPad cost? I don't remember. I think it was like a few. I think it was like a few $100s when I was back in 2020, 2021 when I got it. I don't know. I just got it for college because I needed a laptop, and it's still with me. Zion, what's my top 3 bird Pokemon favorites? Bro. Does it have to be birds or does it have to be flying types? In no particular order, I can give you 2 of them, Zion. One of them is Corviknight. He's sick. Another one is Staraptor. Those two, awesome. Then besides that, a third one. Talonflame's pretty cool. I like Talonflame. I actually used him in my Pokemon Legends ZA team. That was fun. Alex almost strung Black Widow. You wouldn't have. There's no way you would have put that in there willingly. Your fingers would not have let you. Amber, which core is best for tennis? Grass, clay, hard court. That's all personal preference. Amber, there's not really one right answer. It just depends on what you as the player prefer to play on. Warren, yes, I'm obviously a tennis fan. Amber, am I a college pass out? No, I graduated college. I mean, I meant just laying on a wall. I have the 2008 K-Blade and rarely take it out to play, but it feels great every time I do take it out. Probably fourth time since having it strung in 2023. I mean, that's a little different just because just because it is a just because it is it's been so long since you've had it. The one thing about it is because it's been so long, sometimes it loses tension just from sitting there. So even if you're only playing with it like once every so often, and it's been what, fourth time since 2023, that's probably why you're feeling it's still fine. Like it didn't lose too much tension just because you're not really playing with it. So you could keep going. But if you wanted to have the best chance to not hurt your arm, I would probably lean more towards just, getting it restrung. But if you're not really going to use it, you're probably fine, Kenta. Not really anything to worry about from what I would say. Warren, what's my top 3 technical death metal bands? I couldn't tell you. I don't got death metal bands on my playlist at all. So that ain't the kind of music I'm listening to, bro. How do I say this? Clydesdale, hello. Watching from the Philippines. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. It means a lot. Cody, good night. Good night, Cody. Alex, good night. Good night, Alex. Get some rest. I'll see you for Slap City tomorrow. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna absolutely just decimate the tennis ball. It'll be a great time. LaRon or Lauren? I'm going to assume LaRon. The live stream here, we're here to answer tennis related questions, whether it be about tennis rackets, shoes, strings, anything like that. And once the tennis talk eventually goes away, because it almost always does here on the live stream, we all just kind of like hang out, have fun, just kind of talk to each other and see what's going on. We got people from all over the world. We have the Philippines. We've had here in the U.S. where I'm at. We've had we've had Pakistan. We've had India. We've had where were they from? There was one gentleman. I think it was a gentleman. There was one person from I don't remember where they were from. That sucks. But they were the first ones ever from there. But yeah, we got people from all over the world tuning in, just kind of like hanging out, having fun. And yeah, that's about it. Harsh, I should get the Cosmic Orange 17 Pro. It matches my glasses. What is that, the new iPhone or something? Warren, I've never had a Zin, so I don't have a favorite flavor. Harsh, love from India. Thanks, Harsh. I appreciate it. Yashika, welcome back. If you just came back. Warren, tennis is okay. That's fair. You can have your opinion. It's all good, bro. Yashika, what are we doing? We are talking about tennis. We're talking about tennis gear, tennis-related topics, and if that ends up not working out, then we kind of just like hang out, have a good time, Yashika, and just do whatever. If if not, it is uh, yeah, it's past midnight for where I'm living. So at some point here soon, I'm probably going to end the stream just so that way I can go to bed. But I'm probably also going. I have like 5 minutes left, and then I will have hit 4 hours streaming. So I think I'm just gonna go until that happens. Tony, 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 did you just finish cleaning the plane? Let's see. Let's see. Test okay, what are we doing? Yeah. Laurent, crying Joe. I'm sorry I don't know what language that is. Deep tennis taught you to respect your opponent. Yeah. I can see that. Vendura, love from Russia. Thank you for watching all the way in Russia. I appreciate it. That's awesome. Yashika, why don't I change my hairstyle? I don't change my hairstyle just because I have not set up an appointment to get my hair cut. I just have not done that yet. That is the entire reason, Yashika. That is it. My aunt is the one that cuts my hair because she's a professional cosmetologist. So I just have not scheduled a meeting with her anytime recently. I'm out of water. Oh well. Go. Tony telling me to go to bed. Crazy. Harsh, don't know about tennis, but I can have a talk about table tennis. Lol. Hey, I can talk somewhat about table tennis. Like I can't go as nearly as much as in depth as I could about actual tennis, but I enjoy a good game of ping pong every now and then. Tony, you just finished cleaning out the plane. You're about to go home and go to bed. Nice. You think you want a blade? No. Tony, you said you were sticking with your diadems, so you're gonna stick with your diadems. Don't be trying to switch now. We had this conversation. Yo, what's up? How we doing? Kenta, do I think recreational tennis players are better off emulating the WTA? In what do you mean by emulating the WTA? Please like explain that one to me so that way I can give a full answer. Yeah, instead of the instead of ATP strokes, for copy WTA strokes. I don't necessarily know if copying professional in terms of how they swing is the best way to go about it. I would probably lean more towards having the player discover what works best for them in terms of just like whether that be working with a coach or trying a bunch of different things online, seeing how they personally prefer to play rather than trying to become a carbon copy of a player they see online that has gone through the process of figuring out how hitting their forehand works best for their game. I think it would be better if people just really went and focused on creating their own version of it that works best for their body specifically because each person is different rather than trying to just fully emulate everything they see on TV by professionals, whether it be the ATP or the WTA tour. Just because if you try and, do all that, then it's kind of like, you can do it, but if you really figure it out how it works for you, then I think it's going to be easier to continuously do and just kind of go for there. And just kind of go from there, Kenta. Grimace. Hello. Warren. They should make a Happy Gilmore test. That'd be hilarious, Warren. I feel like that'd be amazing. Harsh. All right, Brian. Nice meeting you. I'm going to go off now. I've subscribed to your channel so that I can attend the next stream too. Peace out. Peace out, Harsh. Thank you for being here and thank you for the subscription. It helps me out a ton and I greatly, greatly appreciate it. And hopefully, yeah, I'll see you at the next one. Zion, yeah, agree with Talonflame. Mine is Noctowl, Talonflame, and Braviary. Nice. You don't hear Braviary talked about too much, so that's a cool little shout out right there. All right, cool. So we've officially crossed the 4-hour mark of streaming, and with that being said, I'm most likely going to end the live stream here, unless there's like any other big pressing question that needs help. Because as you all may have heard, if you've been here for a bit, it is past midnight where I'm living, and yes, I've been live for over 4 hours. So I feel like I'm planning on just being done for the night here. But I will be back. I'll be live streaming for at least half an hour each day for the rest of the year. So if you have any other questions, please, by all means, drop them in the chat in the next live stream if you can make it. If not, I'll be live again at some point, and hopefully I'll see you there. Kenta, catch you later, bro. Come to Dallas Open next year. I don't know, Kenta. I don't usually like get out near Texas, but we'll see. My guess as of right now would probably be nah, but we'll see. All right, Tony, you got a beautiful warm night out there with temperatures in the upper 70s. Very nice. Tony will be at the Dallas Open. Kenta and Tony, you guys got to meet at the Dallas Open. All I'm saying. This channel is making connections. We've had people that have become friends on Minecraft, and now Kenta and Tony, you guys can become friends going to the Dallas Open and meeting each other. That'd be pretty sick. All I'm saying. But yeah, cool. Nebula, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. All right. Tony's going to end it off with you only live once to live. All right. All right, everyone. Ray Call, what's up? Alexander, just played some tests in my old neighborhood with the old neighborhood JTT team. Nice, Alexander. Thank you for stopping by, but unfortunately, I am going to be ending the live stream now. I have been live for 4 hours. And I need to go to bed. But yeah, thank you all for being here. I greatly do appreciate it. And yeah, thank you all so much. Cool. So with that being said, as always, take care.